Dong, 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 dong. Dong, 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 dong. Dong, da dong, dong, da dong, 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 dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern, Pacific, or Standard, whatever. It's 1 o'clock my time. Means it's time for the Idjit Show. Before we get started, I'd like to go ahead and start with our customary warning. If you are, this stream may not be suitable for all audiences. It may not be child friendly. It may not be family appropriate. I tend to curse from time to time, sometimes a lot. Sometimes I can go a few hours without cursing. My chat tends to get a little bit on the spicy side and lead me down the rabbit hole of bad things to talk about on stream. Adult conversations, adult words may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything along those lines, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall to the left. Maybe to the right, I don't know. But let's get into it. Let me set my audio correctly. Because as a lot of you guys know, I leave this game running. Kind of all the time. Because I'm always fiddling with something, or I'm just letting things build up, or I'm letting manifolds fill up, or I'm waiting for things to try to balance out. And we got a Johnny and a Casper in chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, hello, hello. So yeah, the stream time is a little bit clickbaity, but I am gonna actually tear some stuff down today. We got some stuff to tear down. We got some stuff to get into. As you see, there's no particle accelerator here anymore. It ran away. I kind of already tore that one down. Because I'm not making any more time crystals. You see the belt that came over this way to feed this is no longer there. Still have a fair amount of time crystals. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt a lot. Ow. Ow, my fallopian tubes. Just kidding, I don't have those. Just like a heart and a soul. Morals. And compassion. And empathy. All those sadly missing from the Idjit. It's okay, I don't actually need those. So I got a bunch of time crystals here. The tractor is still bringing them up. I'm gonna tear all this down. You know, which kind of sucks. But we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 full bins of power shards. I'm really hoping this is enough to finish this build and whatever else crazy shit I want to get into afterwards. I haven't went through and done all the math on how many buildings the power plant's actually going to consume. But, yeah, I'm really hoping 40,000 plus power shards is enough. And I'm not saying 4,000. I'm saying 40,000. 40,000 and change. Because, you know, more. I want more. More. Put it in my soul. If you can find it, that is. But first things first, we got a factory to tear down. And I have a good reason for this. I mean, good is probably a stretch, but I have a reason for this. That sounds more appropriate. I mean, it's kind of a good reason. And to get there, we're going to get a train. Because they go chew. We're gonna go to Pure Limestone 1. So bright. Good to be back. Go. Good back to the dark. Go back to the dark. Now, we'll get to the factory that I'm about to completely level. And then I'll explain the whys and the hithertos and the wherefores and the who's it's and the how's it and, you know, all that stuff. And we'll get into some numbers and some math and some devils and some demons and some... You can't really play this game without having some involved. But I do have a game plan for today. Today, I'm going to try to check off all of the resources that I need for the nuclear power plant for at least the uranium stage. Get that one checked off the list. If we get lucky, I can do that and start the process. Because I need to do both. I needs my processing. And I have a feeling we're going to spend like at least an hour doing freaking water pipes. Heaven save me. Because remember, I have 101 water pipes that I got to run just for the power plants. And I don't have a whole hell of a lot of room to run said pipes. So this is going to get a little interesting. Johnny's over there on the Twitch, assuming his role as moderator. That's a new job. Don't judge me. He's not a moderator. He's a moderator. Don't ask me how to spell that. I can't spell actual English words. And you expect me to spell my made-up shit? Okay. We don't actually need to go to Limestone. We need to go right here. Because this is the factory that's going away. Like I said, I've got good reasons for doing this. Okay, good's a stretch. I have reasons for doing this. Whether they're good or not, that one kind of remains to be seen. But as you see, I disconnected this yesterday. So there is no iron ore flowing in here. There's no limestone flowing in here. And I started tearing this down off stream. And it's like, no. We're just going to do this on stream. We're going to get rid of these 4 manufacturers. We're going to get rid of the manifold on the back. Maybe not that. Definitely not that. Let me get rid of that. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bins of heavy modular frames here. Because when I come in here to the late game things, like blenders, I need a lot of blenders. They take heavy modular frames. When I come in here to power, nuclear power plants, take heavy modular frames. I got a lot of those to build. Ooh, so many of those. So let me dump what I just picked up in my inventory into here. And yeah, I'm probably dumping stuff that you guys are probably like, why are you throwing those away? Because I have them automated into dimensional storage, so I don't care. I do not care. The donuts do not care. And I am a donut. Don't judge. You do not judge my donutness. My donutness is all powerful. And you know what? We're going to mark 6 of that because we want to empty this out. Yeah, I don't know what in the world's going on, but yesterday's episode is going kind of sort of nuts. So we've got belts hiding under here. And I want to empty them all out. All of them. Every single one of them. I want everything over here. I want it empty. I want it gone. I want it to go bye-bye. We're going to do this all with Mark 6 belts because I don't want this crap in my inventory. It's all going to go into the sink. So we might as well just go ahead and put it all in the sink, right? And we're going to do something I absolutely hate doing. We're going to make a sushi belt of everything. Everything this factory was manufacturing, all going down the sink, going down the drain, going away. It's going to run away. It's going to go hide. So I'm going to just dip a whole lot of belts in here. And we're going to start connecting this. All this stuff, all this pain, all this misery, all this time I spent building this on stream for you guys. And now I'm throwing it all away. Because, why not? So away it all goes. And unfortunately, some of these machines still have stuff in their input buffers. They weren't able to output anything. So this is why I'm dumping all this stuff at the very end. Because any machine that can build, I want to go ahead and let it build. But the nice thing is, I know all these refineries are empty. Unfortunately, I don't think I built these with a blueprint. Oh, I did. Cool. Let's just get rid of these blueprints then. And that's not a blueprint. So, yep, bye-bye. And we're just going to get rid of all of this. Everything. It's all got to go. Because I want to use this space for something else. Yeah, probably going to hear the dog quite a few times today. Turtle has a guest. And the dog barks at me. So it's definitely going to bark at it. He's definitely going to bark at a guest that he's not super familiar with. And that's okay. So you might get to hear the puppy from time to time. And we'll get rid of all those mergers. We'll get rid of all these mergers. And we just got a whole lot of stuff to tear down. Unfortunately, there's not really any super fast ways to do this. It's just, you know, select an item and go through and tear it all down. You're probably asking yourself about now, why in the world am I tearing all this down? Because, you know, I spent hours building this. And you're right, I did. We're tearing this down because I want this space for something else, and I don't need this factory. When I built this factory, I was like, oh, this will be fine. I don't need any more heavy modular frames. And then we found out that yes, indeed I do. I need all the heavy modular frames, and I need so many more than what I was making at this factory. So this factory, we built a bigger one somewhere else. So since we have a bigger one, we don't need the smaller one, right? That's how that works. Get rid of one, we get rid of, or we make a bigger one, we can get rid of the old one. It can go away. We can get rid of that. I don't need that there. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Filter those. Okay, let's go over here and see if there's anything over here that we can destroy. I don't see anything on the output lines. And it looks like we ran out of wire, which just means I'm going to have a crap. Oh, I've already got a crap ton. Let's go get rid of this stuff. I'm trying not to fill up my inventory. And I've never been super happy about. Yep, redoing some shits. The factory must grow, and for the factory to grow, the factory must go. Well, like I was just explaining, I outgrew this factory. I made a bigger version of this factory, therefore this factory is kind of redundant. I really should have put an industrial bin here instead of a baby bin. Oh well, baby bin is cute. No, the nice thing about this game is when you deconstruct something, you get all of the resources you put into it back. And much like let's say the metal nodes in Arc. Yeah, there's a finite amount of metal in each one of those nodes, but they come back. So, in theory, there's an infinite amount of metal in Arc. There's an infinite amount of resources in the nodes here. And I'll try to relate some of this stuff to Arc because I know a lot of my older community, a lot of my longtime viewers and stuff came to me from the Arc world. So if I can analogize it in Arc terms, it'll make more sense. I think that works. Bye-bye, constructors. I'm going to get rid of all these ugly mergers. And I was just going to use this platform, but I'm going to move this platform. Because running through my numbers yesterday, I came up with the numbers I need for this project. Oh, that's a smart splitter, that's why. It's like, why is that one not selecting? It's a smart splitter, Drew. Smart splitter is not a normal splitter. You have normal splitters selected as your filter. Yeah, see, now they go away because I selected smart splitters. I kind of wish you could select groups, like Give me all conveyor belts. Yeah, when you're in build mode, just press the G key if you're on PC and you have filters. Welcome. Makes it really easy when you're doing stuff like this, when you're tearing down massive buildings and you don't want to. I'm going to tear down the foundations, but right now they work really well as a backdrop, so I can see these things easier than if they were just floating above the water. But after running through my numbers for the nuclear power plant, I need a crap ton of caterium. And that's the technical term. It's a metric crap ton. Because I need a crap ton of caterium, and caterium is one of the few resources that when you run it through the pure ingot recipe, you get less than what you put in. I need about 3 pure nodes of caterium for this build, and I don't see any reason to. I'm going to have to process it to ingots anyways. Oh, oh, sorry, I'm a little late with it, but next time you tear something down, now you know. That counts, right? I did something right. I don't normally do things right, so it's kind of weird to hear that I did something right. There's a reason this channel is called what it is. Mark 3s. And if you want to get rid of your filter, you can either do what I do and just press F twice, or just press G on not looking at anything or looking at whatever you already have on your filter. Like if I filter the conveyor floor hole, if I look at another conveyor floor hole or even the same one, press G again, filter clears. I probably need to look at my inventory and see how much crap is piled up there, especially before I go to those. Because I know there's going to be a lot of reinforced iron plates coming from this. All a bunch of Mark 1s. You guys can all go away. Filter the Mark 2s. You guys can go away. But I will still say, I really wish I could have a filter just, give me all the conveyor belts. Yeah, not a problem. There's been a lot of times I've been watching another content creator or something, and they'll do something that's like, wow, why didn't I know that was in the game? And I think that's the single biggest complaint I will have about this game is there's so many little things that aren't really all that explained. I mean, there is literally in the dead center of the screen, it says dismantle filter. But who the hell looks at stuff like that? That's like reading an instruction book. I'm a guy. I don't know how to read instructions. That's like sacrilege or some shit. It's like asking for directions. That ain't ever happening. I mean, nowadays I don't have to. I got GPS. Okay, how's my inventory? I still got room. Assembler. This was such a pretty factory. I did such a good job making this. Short of, like, how much space was wasted. And if I go look at the other heavy modular frame factory, just as much space, if not more so, is wasted. Oh. No, that should be empty. Yeah, that's empty. It's like a ghost town and shit. But my thought is, I'm just going to bring the Caterium over here, not to this platform. I'm going to make a new one. I'll process it all, and then I will ship the Caterium ingots over to the factory. Oh, you know what probably would have been a really good idea? Not cutting my power cord. Oops. Me do something stupid? That's impossible. Come on, come on, come on, come on, get it, get it. Oh, wait, I can decon. This is shallow water. It's like a maze of power lines yet. 300 hours in, never noticed this. Yeah, I'm at, unfortunately, I'm at, I don't even want to know. I don't want to know, but I'm morbid curiosity says I need to check. About 700, almost 800. And this is only my second playthrough. I'm already kind of sort of planning my next playthrough because I'm a glutton for punishment. I don't actually like my life, and I don't like free time. I don't like sanity. I don't like breathing or eating or sleeping or, you know, anything else that you could be doing with your life instead of playing Satisfactory. And the worst thing is I've known about this game since it was like in pre-alpha, and I have purposely avoided it because I knew this shit was going to happen. I feel kind of stupid in that regard. Like, I knew this was going to... This is the entire reason I refused to play Skyrim. Okay. I think we're empty. No Skyrim. I've never touched Skyrim. Just like I've never touched crack cocaine. Willingly. We don't talk about the crack cocaine that Casper puts in my coffee. That's a different kind of crack cocaine. That's involuntary crack cocaine. That has its own unique place in my heart. And my stomach. I do not need to play Skyrim again. I don't need to play it the first time. Now, the one drawback, I want to keep all these heavy modular frames that are over here. I don't want to throw them away. Oh, I'm out of space. Time to empty again. I knew I was out of space because I have a bin. And the nice thing is I could just hit the remove all button. Just make it all go presto, changeo, deleto. But I want to keep all these heavy modular frames. So I need to move them somewhere. Into a storage bin. Somewhere else. TM. Copyright, all rights reserved. I would think that they wouldn't make a Skyrim 2 since Skyrim's just another one of the Elder Scrolls games. And they just make another Elder Scrolls game. I don't know what the hell they're doing waiting to make another Elder Scrolls game. There's obviously the market out there for it. There's obviously the hype. There's obviously the demand for it. Yeah. I said I had 9 bins. We're just gonna shove some bins right here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's 1:30. It's panda time. I need to remember to turn that bastard off before I record this week's episodes of things. Today on the Things and Stuff show. Oh, you think that's too steep? That's not too steep. Screw it. There we go. Get in the bins! Actually, you know what? For shits and giggles, we're going to put a 10th one down. And the reason we're going to put a 10th one down is solely because I know there's stuff on the belts in between the bins. So it's not 9 bins, it's 9 bins and change. This way, I can actually put 9 bins and change just in here. And I'm going to put a dimensional depot on the top of this. That way, I just have another depot feeding me stuff. And I will never, ever use better than a Mark III conveyor lift on dimensional depots. Oh, February 27th, I have to do a weird live stream because Coffee Stain Studios has a announcement regarding Satisfactory 1.2. So obviously, as a pseudo Satisfactory content creator now, I have to cover that, or at least kind of sort of go over what all shenanigans they have planned, because I guess it's going to be more than just here's a better way of dealing with fluids. There's going to be a new game mode implemented, is what the community manager has been hinting at. It's the Valentine's event. I'm raising babies for the first time since Lost Colony released. See, my thing with doing official as a time sync is the problem is the fact that you can just do the exact same game sped up by not playing official settings. So it doesn't really feel like the same thing as a time sync as this or Elder Scrolls or any Elder Scrolls. Morrowind wasn't nearly as addictive. It was a good game, don't get me wrong. I enjoyed Morrowind. I have played Elder Scrolls games before. So definitely don't think I've never played an Elder Scrolls game just because I've never played Skyrim. I hate that bullshit. Bullshit! If you're in the build menu, when you hit water, when you try to come out of water, you go back in the build menu. Why is that not... Oh, I need Mark 6s between the bins. Yeah, we're getting... Satisfactory is getting a new update sometime this year. And Coffee Stain is really good at not revealing any future plans. Okay, so now we need to start tearing down the platform itself. And the nice thing is, I did make this platform out of blueprints, so this is going to go easy. The drawback is there is no multi-select when it comes to blueprints. And all the times I went through the floor, yeah, those aren't in the blueprint anymore. I'm trying to be smart because those the conveyor poles are really hard to see at times, so I'm going to leave that conveyor belt and I'll get rid of the poles underneath a bit. Because they're not needed, because it's magic floating conveyor belt. Whee! Magic falling idget. It's like, it'll be fine. So that one's empty. Oh, that's empty. Even though I've got stuff in my inventory, we'll get rid of that later. We'll get rid of that later. It comes and it goes. So while we're waiting for this to unload and all that, I'm going to start working on the new foundation. Those are individually placed. Oh. And I'm just going to build it off of the train station. Because there's going to be trains involved in this. Because it's me, of course there's going to be trains involved. This is my train playthrough. If you haven't figured that one out already, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry at all. I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. How's that? Oh yeah, that's where it goes. It goes out to there. Ah, mother. Flucker. And the nice thing is we already found out on the other side of the map because there is no... This train track is at the exact same height as the train track back at the nuclear power plant. And we know we can get a water extractor underneath of this thing. So we'll have one train station bringing Caterium in, and we'll have one train station bringing Caterium ingots out. That's the goal. That is my Grandmaster plan. As far as where the hell this is going, I don't know. That one's empty. I'm pretty sure I got rid of the belt between the previous two. That one's empty. That one's not empty yet. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that video. I'm not complaining. That video's doing great. Honestly, I look at it and, hey, honestly, the stream's doing pretty good too right now. We got 6 viewers. Yay! Hello, 6 viewers. And we got another subscriber. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. I kind of want to put the trains on this side because I always put them on the right or on the left. I don't know my directions. I'm an idiot. Leave me alone. So if I run my train, I have a train rail. Come here. No, stop making me fall down. I don't want to go boom. All right, if I come out to here, that's 3 foundations. And that's the 2.5. So we got half, 1, 2. We start coming this way. Should get blue. That's not a week later and it still trains. Ow. Yeah. It's going to be trains. It's going to be trains longer because you had to bring it up. Okay, so that's a little bit more than half a foundation. Let's get rid of that. There. Now, this train is for a processing center. Because I got a good chunk of room I can build that way. I got a lot of room I can build that way. Oh, yeah. I hate the fact that you have to do this first. Let me put down my fracking freight platforms. And then my train station, because all I'm going to do is this. Make sure they're pointing the correct direction. You can take away my ability to make train platforms all the hell you want. I'm just going to do that. What's going on, Mr. Hardy? How's your factory growing? Is it a grower or is it a shower? That's on the halfway point on this. Here. If I come out to here, I should be able to make this turn. It might not be a perfect turn, but it looks good. Right? I mean, that looks good. Train comes in. Oh, yeah, I need to do that. Been distracted making a bunch of B-roll in DaVinci. Okay, I am curious. What does the term B-roll signify? Is that because for some reason in my mind B-roll means like bloopers and outtakes and just stuff I'm not going to use. Like literally the first recording of both of the last two Satisfactory episodes, I've had to re-record those both. Ah, yeah. It sounds like you do a lot better editing than I do. I just go in, record, and then cut out parts. But I'm still very much a noob when it comes to video editing. I'll be honest, I don't know what the hell I'm doing when it comes to video editing. We're down to 3 bins. Yay! Now this should have power. Oh, this over here should have power. I should be able to get rid of some of this crap. You make let's play videos, I make random ambience. Ah. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing some of that stuff. When I first started making my train and stuff, I wanted it to look nice enough that I could just do like a drive through the map, kind of showing off all my little factories and shit. But the more I play and the more I realize, my crap looks like ass. But I don't make my factories to be pretty. I make them to be functional. Hmm? Oh, yeah. Casper's over there like, it's backwards. It's like, okay, what's backwards? The train station was backwards. So thank you, Casper, for seeing what I didn't see. And so basically what you're saying is finish up my playthrough and then go through and try to make everything pretty. And then do videos like that. If I wanted to do videos like that. I got no problem learning from other people. Because right now, I've kind of just been learning from my own damn mistakes. And God knows there's plenty of those damn things. Turn my flashlight back on. I'm on the center of that line. Okay, so that's raw K-Tyrium in, K-Tyrium ingots out, which will probably be flipped. No, I wasn't paying attention. Casper's right, as normal. But at least she caught it. I mean, last time I put my train stations in backwards, I caught it pretty quickly. You know, when I tried to use the train, and it's like, no, your train stations are backwards, dumbass. And right now, my Satisfactory playthroughs more aimed at trying to make the game more accessible to people who may be overwhelmed with a lot of the systems. Like my next video is going to be coal power. And I know a lot of people, coal power can be scary. And I've been told most of my life that I'm good at explaining things in a way that anyone can understand. Normally it's I get to know someone and I can explain it in their way because I get what makes sense to them. Hey, those are all empty. I don't see anything on that belt. Cool. We can get rid of this bullshit. Time to go away, super belt. Make sure I got rid of all the belt here. I did. Like, honestly, I'd be completely and totally lost if I tried to episodic my streams. I've never once claimed that I know what I'm doing when it comes to anything. I understand things, but that's not the same as knowing what the hell I'm doing. Where the hell do you run? Why are you complaining? Why are all you guys complaining? Oh, yeah. There we go. That should have fixed it. Oh, let me guess. Can't contain stations. Yay! I know how to fix that. Boom. Why are you all being a bunch of butts? Oh. I swear to God. That is a block signal. This is a path. Now, other side. Dark. Go on the other bracket side. There. What? Did it prohibit you from cursing wattage? Because I don't have auto moderation turned on. I hate auto moderation. I have mods solely so I don't have to rely on freaking AI moderation, which is stupid. Like I got smacked by an auto mod because I added one too many exclamation points. Yeah, fucking go right the hell ahead with your words. I don't care. You ain't gonna offend me. Not super happy with that, but whatever. I don't want to move the train stations again. And I think that's the entire reason why I couldn't do like the cinematic, really pretty builds and stuff, because I say stuff like that where it's just like, yeah, screw it. I'm not spending the next freaking 20 minutes trying to get that looking perfect. I don't care that much. Ow! I need some bacon for my tum-tum. Bacon makes me feel better. It's just like real life. You know, whenever you're not feeling very good, just go eat some bacon. You'll feel right as rain, right away. Bacon's a magical food. Behold the power of pig bellies. I got auto-modded on a Twitch stream. I'm a mod in because I mentioned the number of viewers he had in streaming. Yep, not on my streams. Like I say, I keep auto-mod turned off. Screw that shit. So here's the biggest drawback. So I'm planning on bringing Caterium over here and processing it into Caterium ingots and then sending it elsewhere. The reason that's a drawback is, anybody want to guess how many refineries I need for this project? I mean, I'm going to kind of hint at it, but the fact I'm still building foundations. The number is a lot. Was it 16? Was it 16 because of that fucking meme? Yeah, 16! I don't even get that meme. I only know about that meme because of freaking RCE. I blame RCE for all of that. Okay. So solid, liquid in, solid out. Caterium ore and water in. Caterium ingots out. Okay, that's weird. Help, I'm falling. Help me, Jeebus. I had to go through and figure out how much water I need for this project. I don't think it's a whole hell of a lot. It's just a lot of refineries. Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess that makes sense. See, I would just ban the term streamboo and .ru. Because those are like the two big ones. I feel like I need another freaking YouTube. Yeah. Already got 6 likes on the stream. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I do appreciate it. Okay. How much water do I need for this project? For Caterium, I need 3,600, roughly. I need 12 water extractors of 6 pipes. Okay, cool. I know how to do the math on that. I don't know how many of these I put down because I got distracted. 4, 8, 12, 16. I'm, really wish I could say I'm halfway there. 20. That's why I don't use blueprint mode. Yeah. Okay, fine. Give me a power wire. To the sky! Good morning, Amijah. Alright. Has anyone been keeping count of this? Because I haven't been. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28. Okay. Almost there. I'm almost done putting these down. I'll say again, those of you who know my real name, I don't care if you use it. You don't have to refer to me as Idgits. I don't care. I will never be that content creator that, oh my God, you said my real name. How dare you? I'm going to have to ban you now. Yeah, I don't care. Say my real name. Say it. Say it. Say it like you owe me money. All right. I probably should have done this first, but I'm stupid and I don't do things in the intelligent manner. Yeah, we're just going to max overclock these. We're going to bring 3 full pure nodes over here. I can't look at chat right this second. That is not my name. That's my nickname. There's a difference. There you go. See, Amaya knows my real name, and I will go ahead and say your real name right now. No, I won't. I'm not that much of a dick. The drawback is I don't know which direction these are going. So it's 30 times 30. It's 900 right there. Yeah, I get him. By the way, that's not all of them. For anybody thinking I was done, no, I'm not. I wish. I'm not done. Become one. With your powers combined, I am Captain Planet. And I'm gonna give a little bit of space. Sometimes the kids they need a little bit of space. Probably should have given them a little bit more space than that. Because I'm probably we're gonna belt down the center of this, and yeah, we'll just give that's a good chunk of space. Ooh, that works. That one's definitely not gonna work. And I'm gonna fall because that was literally the power wire I was using, and I knew that was gonna happen. That's okay. I knew that was gonna happen. I'm at joke away. I don't care. Like I said, you're not gonna offend me. It would be pretty hypocritical of me to act all offended and stuff when I literally start my streams with like a monologue about how if you're easily offended, go away. I really feel like I need to make a blueprint for this that's only 2 refineries because how many times do I have to put this down and then shave 2 of them off? So that's a slight drawback. I'm out of steel pipe. We're not going to talk about how much steel pipe I just threw down the sink. And you know what? I am better than sitting here waiting for that to fill up. I'm kind of curious if I've got room for 4 sets of refineries and just do this as 15 times 4 instead of 30 by 2. Train station is this way, so train faces this way. Let's go to Bourlange. Serves 2 major purposes. A reminds me that this signal right here doesn't work. Therefore, we can't actually get past it. I have a feeling a lot of this boils down to the fact I set up that dimensional storage really, really, really early. So it's probably got like a Mark 1 lift on it. I know I got plenty of steel pipe. That's not an issue. I am not out of steel pipe. I'm out of steel pipe in my dimensional storage. Oh, Casper had a really good idea yesterday. I crunched all the numbers on this while we're after 1.1. I used the crap out of AutoConnect, even if you're. Yeah, I haven't set my blueprints up for AutoConnect. I don't know why. I'm dumb like that. You should be used to that by now. I mean, it's not exactly new. I'm always acting dumb in some way. I mean, I'll own it. But after crunching the numbers, I'll show you guys the flow sheet real quick. This is the flow sheet that I'm going to go with. I am not making distilled silica. Because I did this exact same flow sheet using distilled silica, and I had to make so much extra quartz crystal to throw it all down the drain. It wasn't worth it. Yeah, like this, 2,600 if I use the distilled silica recipe, and I have to throw away 700 quartz crystal because I don't need it. This one takes me 29, about 3,000 quartz, but gives me exactly what I need for this factory, exactly the silica required for the uranium, for the non-fissile uranium, and to make both the high-speed connectors and circuit boards out of silica. And the only reason I'm making the silica circuit board here instead of my normal electrode or any of the other recipes is because I don't have crude over here, and I don't want to ship crude. So screw it, we'll do silica. So yeah, it's going to cost me a little bit more in quartz by like 300 per minute. Yeah, it's almost 400. But I don't have to throw away a bunch of quartz crystals. I don't have to try to cram a sink somewhere. And that's something I got to decide later. Back to the game. Because I'm at Bourlange for Bourlange. Yeah, those are only Mark 1s. That's why I wasn't getting my pipe uploading very fast. It's like, I've got this whole bin of steel pipe. I'm good on steel pipe. And it's running into a constructor, so it's always making more. Where are you going, bud? Where are you going? Where are you going? Come here. Yeah, I don't want you. You're not good enough for me. You smell funny. No, I still... This is the first playthrough I've really used blueprints short of... I have this tiny little train blueprint. My profile picture works perfect with the title. What, my panda? The face palming panda? I love my face palming panda. Yeah. Well, the idea for the face palming panda, and I don't know if how many people have watched people like I'm Cade or Blitz or RCE or some of those content creators, where from time to time they pop up like Cade's really well known for it. Well, where he'll pop up like his avatar in different emotional states. I wanted to do something like that with the panda, and my thought was always that I'm not that panda. That panda is not me. That panda is just as freaking disheartened by my mistakes and my stupidity as everyone else is. Maybe not Blitz. I know RCE and Cade do. Cade does a lot more than RCE does. Blitz doesn't really have a avatar. Just like I'm sure by now a lot of people have seen my Be Right Back screen. That was inspired by, kind of sort of inspired by a old Simpsons episode where Krusty the Clown had technical difficulties and it had a screen where, like, I seem to remember as the cameraman was drunk. But yeah, screw doing 30 by 2. We're going to do 15 by 4. That's going to look a lot nicer. And I'm also going to work on my spacing here. Do 2 mergers side by side. I don't know. We think I got too much space. Kind of half a merger. Yeah, I like that better. And that's probably if I go into them. Yeah, that's the spacing. Cool. Am I the only one that uses mergers and splitters as spacers? Is that just a me thing? But I want to try to get multiple Be Right Back screens so I can like phase through them while I'm taking breaks. Okay, so I'm not the only one that does it. That makes me feel. I mean, to a point, that makes me feel better. To a point, it makes me not, because it was like, it's such a good idea. You should be happy that I had this really good idea. I just realized I don't think I ever go into like the high pitched Idge's voice in my episodes. Okay, so 4, 8, 12, 16. Get rid of 1. And that way we can get rid of a whole crap ton of that platform. Because literally the only thing this platform is going to be used for. Oh yeah, oh look how nice that looks. Oh, tell me I got that one right. I'm so excited about something. I don't know if it's actually correct or not. Oh, it is. It is awesome. Yay. It's going to be a small platform. That makes me happy. That makes me happy. Because I put this in after I put the train stations in. I don't need it. I'm going to leave it for the time being because I don't want to deal with the refinery saying, there's not space for me there. I don't want to be placed there. We're gonna place ours are, since this is in groups of 4, I gotta place 16 down and then delete 1 to get my 15. See, I never thought about the merger and spacer being the same as the lift. I always just put the lift down and then put my merger based on that. Okay, that is out. Cool. For me, it's a block that's easily accessible by hitting the number 5. Because I always have that on my 5 key. I think a lot of people, no matter what game they play, they try to put certain things on the same hotkey every single playthrough. Okay, so that is 15 times 4. Why I'm happy is I don't need this entire platform there. I don't have a whole lot of wasted space. Holy shit! Who am I and what have I done with me? Each one of these takes 50 water. Unfortunately, 50 times 15 is 750. But 50 times 12 is 600. That means the first 12. Yeah, 50 times 12 is 600. Mr. Hardy, you were talking about perfect ratios and stuff the other day. Accidental, unintentional perfect ratios. There's 12 here. 12 times 4. I subtracted the last 3. 3 times 4 is 12. I need 4 pipes. That is awesome. That is amazing. BRB. Okay, Maya. I'm just going to sit here be silly and dorky and, me. Now, see, if I went off the actual calculator does not say I need 3,600 Caterium. It says I need like 3,500 and some friggin' change. Yep, have a good one, Haiku. Thanks for stopping in again. Now, the drawback is I have 3 pure belts coming in. I'm going to have 3 pure belts coming in. I still have to go get them. I have 3 Caterium nodes tapped, ready to go, including the one that's right there. But I'm using one of them. So I have to go get another one. And I've kind of decided which one I'm going to get. And I'm not going to go get a single pure node. I'm going to go get 2. Maybe 3 at some point in time, but the third one's kind of out there because I got to build a whole new train station, and it's a tight squeeze. So each one of these is going to output 30. 30 times 15 is 450. So 450, 600, no, 450, 900. So yeah, we'll combine two of these into a single belt. We'll combine the other two into a single belt. They take a weird. Oh crap! Oh, I gotta go through and do that real quick. Yeah. Awesome. I gotta do that to 45 freaking refineries. Yep, this is gonna take a minute. Let me see if I can get my hand correct for this. This is like the most painful bit of hand spacing. Ah, crap. Copy. Just one hand does not work very well for this for me. Like I've got my pinky holding down Control and Shift while my middle finger is on the W key and my thumb is tapping the V key. It's not comfortable. This hurts. Thank God it's almost over because I keep falling off the Shift key. Yeah, that was not pleasant. Now I'm going to go through and make absolutely certain those all stuck. Mouse programmable buttons. Yeah, I don't have any. I use a really cheap wireless mouse that doesn't have side buttons at all. I'm cheap. It's not a bad idea though. I want to get like a Stream Deck type thing so I can set up macros. Or I'll probably just build my own because that sounds like interesting and sounds like a relatively simple project. I'm pretty sure I can probably do it with an Arduino or like a Pi Zero. But yeah, so these can all be connected and shit, they all go forwards. Of course they go forwards. No, I'm not changing that. I might change the last one because they all feed in this side too. So yeah, that's gonna have to get changed. Come on. I hate how long the Mark 6 belt takes to render. I really do. I'm probably going to be in the market for a new mouse and keyboard before too long because my current mouse and keyboard keeps pissing me off. Hey, Mr. Hardy, have you heard about the new game mode for 1.2? I mean, obviously, the Coffee Stain is being Coffee Stain and being very tight-lipped about it. Yeah, I haven't really heard any great details on it. Okay, so each one of these takes... No, sorry. How do I divide... Each one of these is going to take 60 Caterium ore. I've got 3 belts coming in. Okay, I see how I'm going to do that. Whether it's the right way to do it or not, I don't know how to do things the right way. I'm going to feed one belt to split amongst the first two groups of 10, one belt to feed the second two groups of 10, and the final belt will feed a group of 20 by being the final 5 on each one of these banks. I will just bring the raw Caterium ore up from below. Yeah, random ores could make this really interesting because I played Auction Not Included for a while before I switched over to this game. And one of the things I really liked about O&I was the random map. Like, you would tell it what type of map you wanted to play on, what starting asteroid you wanted to play on. And you could roll different bonuses and handicaps. Like, you could roll magma or geothermal. Which just meant that it had a lot more geoactive, which meant it had more volcanoes. You could roll magma channels. You could roll resource rich. You could roll for like have extra nodes, basically nodes. Yada yada yada, and based upon your rolls, you could make your game either easier or more challenging. And I understand Coffee Stain can't do a randomly procedurally generated map because this is a very custom map that they went through and with painstaking detail designing, which is fine. But possibly leave all the nodes exactly where they are and decide, okay, we know there's supposed to be 3 pure SAM nodes on the map. But which ones are going to be pure? Because the only drawback with that is some SAM nodes are easy to get. Like the Crater Lake one. The Crater Lake one's not hard to get. It would suck if this one was pure because it would be too easy to get. Currently, the 3 pure nodes are kind of late game because you got this spire here that's just a nightmare to get to. You got one here underneath this plateau between the swamp and the freaking forest or the Titan forest, which there's not exactly anything safe around that area. The safest one is probably the one up here. It's just way the F up there. Because there's not like radioactive hogs. There's not the green spiders or anything like that around there. You just got a bunch of spitters. I need to try to play Factorio at some point in time. Yeah, I'm happy in Satisfactory right now. So we'll run a single pure belt under, feed 2 banks of 10. Another pure belt runs under, feeds the second bank of 10. The third pure belt will feed over and feed 5, 10, 15, 20. That balances me out. And we'll have, it's 1,800 coming out. If I remember my math correctly. Oh, it's going to be 1,800 out. So one belt, we'll probably just do 2 belts of 900 and load them up onto another train to send them over to the power plant. Little Wolf wants me to say Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Happy Valentine's Day to you too, buddy. So I should probably set up my water. I need 8 extractors for this. I think it's 8 extractors. It says 12. Why does it say 12? Is it 12? Each one's 60. 60 feeds into a bank of 10. I have 60 of these. I have 4 banks of. I have 60. I have 60 of these. 6 times 6. Yeah. So I need 12 water extractors. How do I split this? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I screwed up my math somewhere. Jumping off for a bit. Have a great stream. Oh, this? The Caterium? Yeah, I'll probably be done. All I gotta do is hook the water up, which I've been trying to figure out how the hell. What I screwed up on the water. How do I need 6 pipes? I should only need 5. Oh. That's how I screwed up. It's not the last 3, it's the last 5. I was looking at the water requirements for iron, not for what deuterium. So it's basically the same way I'm doing the belts. It's actually the exact same way I'm doing the belts. So I'll have a water pipe that feeds this bank of 10, this bank of 10, that bank of 10, that bank of 10, that bank of 10, that bank of 10. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yay! I figured things out. Whee! I figured it out. Na boo boos. Hey, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and hook them up right here. Logistics, not ornamentation. Bigger floor hole. Right there. Can I go a little closer? That's online. Can I go there and still have it work? Not there. There. Yes, I can. Cool story, bro. That way I've got room to run probably 2 belts through here. Yeah, easily 2 belts. Cool. We'll just do that on all 4 banks. That way we keep our pipes pretty close together. God damn it. I'm like right on the edge of having power. It's like I got power over here. Okay. So now we need to put the water extractors underneath. Now we all know what that means. Wrong one. It means putting a slab down here. Are you underwater? Not fucking really. Ah, screw it. We're not lining up with the world grid on this. I don't care. As long as that's deep enough and we don't get that bullshit we got last time. Come on, can I have power, please? Thank you. All right, we're gonna go fix that problem. That's gonna get annoying. We just need to drag a power. We're just gonna hook up the power wires to these nodes. All right, power poles go on the back. We'll start from the side that has a lot of power and work our way to the side that doesn't have shite for power. And I know there's 15 of these here, so I'm gonna start my every other one to work out to balance on the far end, not the near end. I heard about some streamer that has like a 10 to 15, or used to have like a 10 to 15 minute wait on autosaves. That's like, ouch. It's like the autosaves on O and I used to annoy the crap out of me. Because here I am, like, running along at 2.5 or 4x speed, so every 2.5 minutes I got like a 15-20 second delay because the game has to freaking autosave. And come around to this one, switch back to that so I can. I mean, theoretically speaking, I can go ahead and power these up because they're not gonna do anything. Worst case, once I get the water extractors in, they're just going to fill up with water, which isn't a negative, just means all my pipes will be pressurized. Something didn't go where it's supposed to go. I screwed something up. I miscounted. Yep, right there. Hey, at least I found it. Do 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 bapa doopa doo bapa doo bapa doo bapa dooby dooby doo. Okay. So this one goes between these two. Skip one, go between the next two. Skip one, go between the next two. Skip one, drop one. Skip one, drop one. At least now I have, like, you know, a good flight grid. We're going to pull this one over to the side. All right. So we'll be able to pull those over when we need them. Kind of sucks that it, like, feels amazing outside because assholes in their friggin' Harleys and shit. And of course, none of those were in deep enough water. Which, I mean, that happens. Come back out here to the very first one. Isn't super hard to fix. rid of that, get rid of that, and put my blueprint off that. Make sure that that's deep enough water, which it is. Of course, the drawback is now I'm down in, yeah. Screw it. We're not going to do a grid. Just YOLO this shit. Just YOLO it. So why are the foundations under the water thing? If you can get foundations deep enough under the water when you go to put your water extractors down, they will snap to a grid. Whereas right now I can move this wherever I want. It's a valid question. If I put foundations down, let me get my flight back. See how it's not moving as freely? It's moving in that 1 meter increment. Anything that's on a foundation does that. I'm just going to put a bunch of these down even though I don't need. No, actually, that's fine. That lines up pretty well. I got to do that a whole bunch of times. Turn it around. Now grab my foundation. Zoop it all the way down here. Now this foundation's for a different reason. Because I'm not hooking up left and right. I'm hooking up these two to that one, these two to this one. And obviously those could come this way substantially. Which I'm probably going to do because it's going to piss me off otherwise. Yeah, there we go. Now these are here solely so that this snaps to it. Micro nudgies. Probably shouldn't have done that. There we go. Looks like if I snap them to the... it's pretty centered. Move it out a little bit. Oh, yeah. Still argue this is the best blueprint in the game. I'll give Kibitz a little bit of credit for this one. A little bit of credit. Actually, I like that better. Oh, shit. Why is there not one here? Weird. Alright, one more. Once my mouse decides it wants to behave. And boom. I'm so impressed for myself for knowing why you made it. Oh, the blueprint. Yeah. Now, I want horizontal to vertical, but I'll start from the top and work my way down. Yeah. I think I'm going to go through and do all of my straight ones in first. And then I will do... Oh, there's not one there because there didn't need to be one there, Drew. You're a dumbass. There doesn't need to be one there. Because I'm joining the two. Doesn't need to be one there. Doesn't need to be one there. And there we go. Now we can switch to horizontal to vertical, start at the top, work my way down. All right, so yeah. Sometimes if they're too close together, they just go at an angle like that. And now we put some pumps on. And I'm a glutton for punishment, so I'm going to put Mark IIs on. I probably don't need them, but yeah, why not? It's like I'm gonna leave this bit of foundation down here because I can snap my power poles to it. Head pressure is a thing. Yes, it is. But I definitely don't need the Mark II pumps. And I understand head pressure, both in real life and in video games. Yay, behold, years and years of being into aquariums. I probably do need a power pole. Kinda here. So once I do that, no, I could probably get away with this. Probably. On the final one. I won't be able to get away with it on the next ones. Damn save. Because that's 3 out of 4 right there, so. Bring that down to this one, hook this one up to that. Extractor. And screw it, we can just hook those up to that, hook that to that one. Wham, bam. Thank you. Blam. Same thing here. Bring that up to here. Run this way the F over here. And try to figure out where in the hell I brought that other power wire down. Oh, there it is. Does that reach? Please? I'm not holding my breath. Nope. Would have been nice, but it said F you. Alright, so and for good measure, overclock. There we go. Alright. Why do you not have power? Oh, I see. Boop. Okay, and they can pressurize all those lines. These don't have power into them, so let's get that set up real quick. This is just as simple as a boop, and 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 a boop. I just have to do this, 60 freaking times. But honestly, that's not that bad, It's the poles are already there. I just need to hook the wires to them. Makes it much easier. Would be so much better if I would do that in the blueprint, but I'm stupid. And I'm a glutton for punishment. And honestly, I kind of enjoy this aspect. I know there's people out there just yelling and screaming. You know, if you use if you do this with your blueprints, you could use auto-connect and not have to do this. You wouldn't have to waste so much time, and then I wouldn't have to watch you waste time, and then I wouldn't have to get annoyed of watching because I'm watching you wasting time, and I'm wasting time watching you waste time. But I play my way, you play your way. It's kind of the joy of the game. I can now get rid of this wire. I should have a random power pole out here. Yep, they can go away. Get rid of that wire. Now all these should fill up with water, which they already have. Yay! 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 Let's go get some Caterium. Caterium Refinery in. I like that. Now Caterium Refinery out. Wow. Wowie, wowie, wow, wow, wow. And the only reason I put this one is out and that one is in is I plan on bringing the raw Caterium underneath of here, and I can bring the processed Caterium just into these without having to go under, because there's no train there. There's no tracks there. Obviously, I still need to set up all my train signals. Wowie, zowie, wowie. All the wowies, all the zowies, all the time. Well, I'm not a huge fan of that, but it works. And it gets rid of this one there. All right. We're going to go get some Caterium. And there is an area that I'm going to refer to as the Caterium Cave. Why am I calling it a Caterium Cave? Because it's a cave that has a crap ton of Caterium in it. And I have to remember, I can't actually get out of here yet until I actually set up the signals here. But once I get past that signal, then I can go, I can fly, I can be like a butterfly. Wee, butterfly, butterfly, flutterfly. Hey, I got another subscriber. Thank you very much. I do greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow, we've already had 121 views, and damn. See, I think about getting another subscriber. My viewership drops from 11 to 8, or from 13 to 8. Wow, ouch, ouch. So I was when I actually talk. Holy shit! Like, holy crap, he's an American. Screw that jackass. You gotta talk about school shootings and guns and. Alright, so we need to get rid of some of these today's agendas, because those are all done. So, today's agendas, Caterium Refinery, Quartz Cave, I'm going to make this gold refinery just so it, I mean, Caterium's literally gold. And limestone. If we can get those 3 done, I'll be pretty happy. Let's see if Caterium does fit on there. Sometimes stuff does. Oh, there it does. According to the actual thing here, And see, now that drop isn't even showing. YouTube is getting really weird when it comes to stuff like that. We're down to 11 subscribers needed by the end of the month. We got 14 days to get 11 more. If you're not already subscribed, do it. Thank you. I just thought it'd be really funny to do like that deep, growly voice, and then like a really sweet voice. You know, yin and yang. Show off a bit of my insanity. This game is not good for my mental health at all. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Making a giant power plant it helps with your mental stability. But that goes to show why you never pay attention to YouTube metrics while you're streaming. It's worth it, especially if you want to hear him cry like a little girl, act completely insane, and do some massive go big or go home size builds. I wouldn't even say, honestly, I don't do that big of builds. In comparison to some of the content creators, my builds are completely sane. I mean, I think Total Eclipse has a freaking iron refinery that does, what, like 50,000 ingots per minute? Just because he could. I'm going kind of sane on this stuff. I mean, yes, I'm going big, but I'm going big in a sane manner. Yeah. I may have built a 400,000 megawatt rocket fuel factory, but that doesn't mean I'm insane. Yeah, I may have been talking about this morning having to completely scrap all of my projects and make them bigger because there's still 3,500 bauxite on the map that I'm not touching, and I could turn into more uranium. But I decided I didn't want to do that. That was too insane for me. So we are here in the Titan Forest. If you're not familiar with the Titan Forest, it is a forest that has Titan-sized trees in it. Hence why it's called the Titan Forest. Yay! Foreshadowing. Aptly appropriate names. We're going to grab this little friend. We're also going to grab his little friend. And his other little friend. And his other little friend. And his other little friend. Just because. And we're going to drop down to the Caterium Cave. We're going to get them on. We're going to get the Caterium onto belts. I'm a big proponent of not clipping through my structures. And clipping through rock face and whatever. And we're going to get our gun out. Because I know this cave. I explored this cave a little bit yesterday. Off stream. We're going to need the gun. And that is a normal node. That is a normal node. But that right there, that one right there, is a pure node. Copy that. Grab that. Mark 6 belt. Get it out of water. We'll bring it around this way. And the Y will make sense to me. And only to me. Which is the only person it needs to make sense to. As long as I understand why I'm doing what I'm doing, you guys will figure it out eventually. Maybe. Yeah, I can't kill all the surprises. How's that look? That looks fine. That looks, not all that fine. I don't like that. There we go. Remember, no clipping rule. All right, I will come down and power those up in a little while. Oh. Hi.
Follow the veins to the altar and chant.
Shit. All right. I followed the veins to the altar and I chanted. Yay! Okay. Walls. Basic wall. All right. Oh, I don't have to go all the way in there. And I'm just trying to do some lineups here. So it may look like I'm just putting a bunch of walls in, which, I mean, I am, but I'm trying to get my lift close to that rock face. Without colliding with it. So, yeah. What's grumpy with me? Good night. Good night, sweet prince. I'd say it was nice knowing you, but it wasn't. I'm glad you're dead. Oh, hey, look. There's no train track right above me. Yay! My favorite kind of train track. Where there's no train track. Alright, and we need floor holes. I hear you're awfully noisy. Go to sleep. how's that? That looks pretty nice. And I realize these are only Mark 1 conveyors. I'm okay with that for the time being. Now I can upgrade them to Mark 6s now that I know that I have my angles correct. Because I am notorious for putting those damn lifts on and coming to find out that it's not a green arrow at the top or orange arrow, whatever. It's not the directionality of the arrow I want. Now those two make a 1200 belt. This one, actually, just grab that one, makes a 1200 belt. We got another little friend over here. So he's coming home with me. Squeeze me? I hooked you up, didn't I? No, I guess I hooked up a power pole over there. Okay. So that is 2 pure Caterium belts made from 2 normal nodes and 1 pure node. So now we need to get them on a train. And I have kind of a weird idea for this train. Because I don't want to just build out over the swamp. I kind of want to build out that way. And you're probably thinking, but you already have these 2 train platforms. How are you going to get the train over there? With science. And by science, I mean, yes. That's if it fits over here. Do have to be kind of careful because I don't have a power wire over here. Obviously, I can fix that problem. So, over there is out of the question, but I can do it over this way. And that way I'm not building out over the void. It's not really the void, it's just I don't want to build over the swamp. I think it looks tacky to build over the swamp. I was not expecting... that's just the tree poking through, right? Can I get rid of that tree? I think the answer to that question is a resounding yes. Yes, you can, Idget. Don't be an idiot tonight. Because honestly, I've used my chainsaw so freaking much today because I've been preparing to record next week's Satisfactory video. For this coming week's. Yeah, whatever. The next Satisfactory episode. And in that playthrough, I'm still on biomass as a fuel source. So, lots of chainsawing. I'm trying to mentally lay this out. We all know I'm plenty mental. Oh, why am I doing that? Zoop mode would come in handy here. It's just I'm not going to use it. So that's kind of my idea. I'll put triangular foundations there. Okay. And I don't know how well this is going to work because I've never done this. It's kind of half the fun of it. Knowing full well this might not work at all. But only one way to find out, right? Where is that one? That one is lined up with this. Oh, you can nudge train tracks. No, you can't. You can, but not when they're connected to something. Crap. Wait. Am I on the dead center of that? No. All right. Now that I have a visual reference as far as where this is supposed to go, I can get that to snap in there better. And put a train station down. Train station. Sure, it's facing the right way. You have another foundation or so of gap between them. Just right there. Switch to freight platform. And I'm a big proponent of sending these out in single, like every pure node gets their own individual freight platform. Or their own train line with four. I want to have plenty of throughput. Hmm. Once I get a blue snap, move over and down one. If it does not blue snap again, then I know that it's not going to blue snap. That is one notch over. That is right there. All right. Now we just need to put the outbound line in on the second train platform. And we just got to bring the Caterium over here, which means I'm probably going to have to bring it under for at least a bit of its journey. And unfortunately, I've now broken all of my train signals because I did stupid things. But at least some of that is as easy as putting that in, putting a block signal here, loading another path signal there. Block signal before the train station. Come on, go where you're supposed to go, you freaking jerk. Thank you. This probably loops into itself and has no exit signal. That actually needs to be a pathing signal, not a block signal. Don't need that one. Maybe I do. Has no exit signal. Bullshit, it doesn't. And I'm gonna try just moving that in a little bit, see if that works. It does not want to work, so we'll just have it here. Whatever. Seems like all my pathing is working. I don't see any errors. So the biggest problem is I need that infinite lift to get it from way down there up here. But I also need to get it under these train tracks. So this is going to be a bit stupid. And I realize that. I am fully aware of that. I apologize for that to a small extent. But I need to go under to bring these over to where they need to be. And it is what it is. I'm also going to put buffer bins in because I always put buffer bins in. And I'm going to run this one backwards. Like I'm going to feed it from the front and have it go towards the back. Solely because, well, that's how I choose to run it. And again, we all play our own way. I don't play the same way you do. You don't play the same way I do. Maybe my way makes sense to you. Maybe it doesn't. As long as you're enjoying the game, that's all that matters. We all get to enjoy the game in our own unique, delightful ways. Okay. Now I need my conveyor floor hole. Now that I know where it's supposed to go. And a Mark 6 lift. This one over here, I'm going to run the other way because I want to confuse you. Because I enjoy doing things a confusing way. And I know I don't need this many train platforms to just run a single pure node. I don't care. And I just realized I put those too close. They're not going to work. Oh, and I put those backwards. Because of course I did. Yeah, it's 3:30. Yay! There we go. I have been live for 2.5 hours. Okay. Splitters are all in place. Bins are all in place. Lifts are all in place. Let's get the lifts hooked up. And we got Caterium coming up to the train, going into the trains. Cool. And these will all be loads. I'm noticing I did not hook up all my belts. That is a full belt coming in. So there we go. We have Caterium going into the trains. Let's get the Caterium trains going. And we already have our signaling. We need to set these as pure Caterium number 4. And pure Caterium number 5. It's like Mambo number 5, but not. So we'll come down here, grab one of these two, I don't care which one, and we'll send it to Caterium Refinery in. And hopefully everything works. Unfortunately, it's got to go down to the nearest roundabout to turn around to go to the station to actually load up. I still need to set up my buffer bins and my conveyors and all that over at the refinery. And I only needed one of these 2 nodes. I need 3 nodes total, but I got 2 nodes closer to. So I can get away with, only using one of these 2 nodes, or I can use both of these 2 nodes and not worry about. Obviously, I'm not going to get a crap ton of Caterium from this one right this second because it hasn't filled. Which is normal. The reason I run the dual splitters off my buffer bins is solely so that whatever has filled up in the buffer bins between trains getting here has a better chance of getting into the train station to go to the next train station. Now, obviously, if I wanted to move crude, I've still got some crude there that I could easily put into a packager and get onto a train line since, the train line's right next to it. I don't really want to. But the funny thing is, I can actually go back over to my modeler and move Caterium down and move it to ready to go. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. I'm keeping all of my resources down here as kind of a checklist. A checklist. Captured means I've got miners on them, but they're not, the infrastructure to get them somewhere else is not done. Ready to go means they're captured and the train set system and everything's already there to get them to where they need to go. Obviously, this one's not done because I still got to process it into ingots. And as you see, I'm using a very, 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 very small amount of copper in this process. I easily could use more copper and less Caterium. I don't really care about Caterium. And it's something I can change down the road because it still takes Caterium ingots and copper ingots to make the fused quickwire. One way or another, Caterium has to be turned into Caterium ingots. There's no real other recipe for raw Caterium. Unlike, steel, where you can use iron ore and coal, or better, iron ingots and steel, or iron ingots and coal. I'll get my words right eventually. It's like the funny thing is that entire circuit board factory there can go away. I don't need it. It's useless. All that oil can be turned into fuel. Because my entire thing is everything that goes into making uranium fuel rods, everything that goes into making up to non-fissile uranium, I want in one place. Or at least, I want everything up to where I use uranium in one place, and then maybe we'll ship that stuff down the line so we have a non-radioactive area and then, a radioactive area. Now, bear in mind, I have no signaling at the Caterium refinery, so I gotta go through and set up all my signaling there. I'm just kind of hitching a ride on this train for right now, just to, get over there. Now that we have those two other nodes completely captured. Cocked, locked, and ready to rock. The problem is, this block signal isn't actually going to let it in, but it let it in far enough for me to get the train in here. Now we can start setting up signals. A pathing signal there. Come on, come. A block signal there. A block signal there. I need to wait for that to finish. I need a pathing signal there. And get rid of that one. And that actually is all I needed. That's ready to go. Now we can set these all to unload, so next time that train comes back, it can drop off its precious, precious cargo. But I want, before I get started on anything else, I want to ride the rails a little bit more because I want to go to pure Caterium 3. I want to make sure this is the one I think it is. Because when you've got as many train stations as I do, sometimes you forget which station's which one's on what node. But you know, that's not a good thing. It's not a good thing when you forget which node is which. That's why you name them. But I have to remember which one number 1 is, which one number 2 is, which one number 4 is, which one number 9 is, etc., etc., etc. Thankfully, I don't have 9 of anything yet. And surprising enough, this train's taking the long way. Must just be a bunch of traffic going through the short way for right now. Whee! Yep, we're going on a train ride. Whee! Shake my butt at you, Amaya. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, these train networks are a little busy. Worst thing is, yeah, that's literally the one I'm about to change the routing on. Because technically speaking, the upstairs plant that I built doesn't require a pure Caterium node. A normal Caterium node would be enough for it. God, how long some of these trains have to wait to get through these intersections because I have so many damn trains running is actually funny to me. I think it's about time to start taking some of the just going around the map for no reason trains off the network. I don't actually have a reason to exist trains. I think they can go away. Okay, this is the one I thought it was. So, Caterium to radio is going to be picking up from this one. At least for now. Until I find a normal Caterium node. Because I don't really see much of a reason. Okay, that's quartz to radio. Where's Caterium to radio? Oh, here it is. And all that is literally just take that off and find pure Caterium 3. Boop, boop. And there we go. Now we can go back to the Caterium refinery. Oh, I want to go to out. I don't want to go to in. Oh, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Gotta wiggle, gotta wiggle, gotta wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. And you will have noticed there's a small factory set next to that train station, and that's literally just my quick wire into my dimensional depot. It's building up. I'm starting to build quartz up there, which really shouldn't be doing. Because I should be consuming 1,200 quartz a minute. I'm only pulling 1,200. I'm only pulling from a 1,200 node. So I might have to go up to the radio control factory here in a little while after we get the Caterium refinery done. But we'll get that one done first. Because, it'd be awesome to completely check something off my list. I would very much like to get everything captured that I need for this project and set up at least the stuff that's going to go into refineries. So the Caterium, the tiny bit of copper I need, the iron, the potentially hopefully the quartz, since it's on today's agenda. The limestone's going to be handled a little differently, thanks to an idea from Casper. It's all Casper's fault. You gotta blame her. And you gotta admit, the limestone idea was your fault. Now, the reason I went to Caterium out instead of Caterium in is because, obviously, I have a train running to Caterium in already. And the entire reason why I shifted that one train from Caterium in, or pure Caterium number 1 to pure Caterium number 3 is pure Caterium 3 is a hell of a lot closer to that factory than pure Caterium 1 is. We're not actually going to deconstruct you. We will turn off self-driving. We're not going to deconstruct you because but pure Caterium 1 is right over there. Kind of makes sense to bring pure Caterium 1 to the Caterium refinery instead of bringing it all the way up to the freaking Red Forest. Right? Pure Caterium 2 is down there in the green field. So it makes sense to bring it here. Technically speaking, I should probably be sending the Red Forest one to pure Caterium number 4 or 5 and using 1, 2, and 3 over here because the power plant is pretty important. We're going to get this one going, and we're just going to send it to. We'll go to number 2, and we'll do it. Caterium refinery in, save changes, turn on self-driving, and go away. You ugly, ugly thing. Okay, and this is out, so this is a loading system here. So it will be going into that one. But we need buffer bins. So we're going to go ahead and get the buffer bins all set up for this. Oh, wait. I'm a bit dumb. Dumb. I always put my splitters down first. The reason I put my splitters down first is that sets how far off the train station needs to be, and it sets gives me an idea of how much space I need between the buffer bins. That way I don't try to put the buffer bins too close to the output or input, in this case, of the train station. I'll drawback is this is not going to work. Why is it not going to work? Because I'm literally going to be bringing this line right here. Actually, I'm going to be bringing this line and the line behind it to one of these and the other two to the other one. So 2 of these train cars is going to get half of this. The other 2 train cars will get the other half. Over here is a little different. And I'm really thinking of getting rid of this last one. But I don't think I will. This is an outbound system. We do need buffer bins on these because I'm a big buffer bin proponent. So we'll go ahead and set a merger going that way. Now these ones, I'm not going to run splitters because I need 3 lines. That's too close. I need 3 Mark 6 belts coming out of these systems. Oh, that's why that one looks weird. Yeah, just what I want to do. I want to listen to the jackass down the streets car stereo as he drives around. I'm going to get these off this network. These were literally just here to test these train signals, which they've been running for like a week. Pretty sure the train signals work. And I'm going to park this one somewhere back here because it's going to cause everything else here to back up. Which is okay because I don't need any of this stuff at this exact second time. Okay. We have everything unloading from those train cars. Awesome. Fantastic. And I'm going to double up these. Solely because I want those train cars to empty out as fast as possible. Not a fan of default. I like the straight mode. But this one needs to be one tile that way. I don't care that much. Logistics. Yep, the wrong one. Conveyor floor hole. You go there. You can go there. You might be able to go there. Yeah. I hope. Looks like it'll fit. There's Caterium ore in all of them. Awesome. We got water situated. How was I going to feed these systems? The input is there, which I'm not super happy about the input being there, but I'll deal with it. I remember right. I have 4 nodes here, or 4 lines. I need 3 belts. I came up with some way that I was going to feed these, and I've done forgotten how I was going to do it. Obviously, 60 would go into 20 refineries. I think my idea was to feed 2 banks of 10. Oh shit. You guys don't have any water in you. Did I not do that on any others? You're hooked up. Let me... You're hooked up. And you're hooked up. Okay, so it's just that one. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably going to move how this last one is situated. Set it to accept its input this way. Put the conveyor floor hole over here. And not... Okay. Yeah, we'll just do that on each bank. I have an idea. Whether it's a good idea or not, that one remains to be seen. We'll see. Here we get the last one. Try to do this in proper order of operations. We're gonna put those. I actually want those really close. I don't want them out like that. I want them nice and snug. I need all the room I can get. Okay. So that's kind of an idea. Again, if it's a good idea or not remains to be seen. I don't know. One of those two is wearing way too much fragrance. Okay. And we're going to run the other belt kind of just right down the side of this. Well, that's what you get for trying to put yourself where you want to go instead of where I want you to go. Do what I want you to do instead of what you want to do there, belt. I'll put another splitter. Turn to the correct direction. Into another lift. Belt. And we run this all the way down here as far as we can, which is about there. Now we run that. All right, it's not turned the correct direction, but you know what? That works. That works actually really nicely. I'm okay with that. There we go. And that's 2 of the 3 pure notes. The other one's going to be a little more interesting. And the nice thing is, did I put my conveyor floor holes over here? It looks like I have already. So we just need to put the bottom portion. And I'm going to do these with Mark 1s for the time being. My reasoning for using Mark 1s, where the fuck did that, is solely because it slows down the belt traffic. So maybe I don't grab a crap ton of Caterium when I'm setting this up. Maybe. We will see. Do need to be kind of careful because I don't want to overwrite those Mark 6s. Do my little belt trick so I can tell that to come that way instead of the other way. Basically set my directionality. The fuck is going on here? I hate these belts. And that's probably just me being me. AKA stupid. Come on. There we go. And there's a real chance I may have to upgrade and put multiple trains on these lines. I thought those were... Because I could have swore I put Mark 1s there. Okay, so I know where that other one went when I said where the F did that one go? It overwrote that. But look, there's Caterium ingots on the line. We're making Caterium ingots. Yay! Spasm. Where? Okay, so that one and that one. Why are you not getting any? Oh, because I screwed up and didn't put that splitter in the right spot. Of course I didn't. I actually like that a little bit better. Looks a little cleaner. And now we're getting Caterium on that line. We're getting Caterium on that line. Time to go figure out the rest of it. Why are you going so slow? And that should be 600 per minute coming out. That's a fast belt coming in. It's a pretty fast belt going that way. Okay, it doesn't look. Obviously, these are going to take a little while to fill up. I'm okay with that. I'm not really okay with that. I just don't have a choice in the matter. I think my best bet on these, because I've got the water extractors right below me. Let me go see how much room I actually have. Can I sneak a belt down there? That's pretty snug as a bug in a rug. But I think I can make it work. I think I have an idea. I'm not sure if I have an idea or not, but I think I have an idea. And I'm splitting a 1200 belt into 4. So that means there's only going to be like 300 per minute coming into this. 60 times 5. Oh, and that's cut in the wrong spot. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You actually need to be there. All right, that gives me a little more space, kinda, sorta, not really. I should probably fix that all at one time real quick. And so why in the world? I guess that one is getting some. I'm guessing this is the line that was originally hooked up. That was actually working properly. That one's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one hooks up. That one hooks. Oh, I didn't put my belts on this side. Oopsie! Oopsie poopsie. Oopsie poopsie doopsie. What, the shaky stuff? I always do the shaky stuff. Ooh! Yes, sirree, Bob! That is lovely jubbly. Because now I have all this lovely room right between the water extractors to run my splitters. It's like I planned for it. Holy crap, wowie! What? Wowie zowie? Or lovely jubblies? But did you tell your nurse at work what I wanted it to mean? Okay, so there's a Mark 1 somewhere in this system, which is okay. It's probably right there. Maybe on the other side as well. Nope, that's a Mark 6. We'll just sneak on down to the other side. Yep, that's a fast belt. That belt's moving. Not a big fan of coming out from below like that, but I'll go down below like that. And the only reason I'm not a big fan of going out like that is, yeah, reasons. Now, the drawback is those all go that way. My train station's back here. But I am way, way too lazy to go through and change all of those mergers to flip their directions. And I will own that fact. So, I'll set this up to go not a huge fan of that. Sometimes you just have to tell the belts where you want the belts to be and tell them, you're going to go where I want you to go, whether you like it or not. And you know, sometimes you just have to run these big, massive belts. I'm not a big fan of the big, massive belts. But we don't always get what we want. And we are making Caterium ingots, ladies and gentlemen of the press. We're doing things and stuff and things and stuff and stuff and things and stuff and things and the things and stuff and things and the things and stuff. Things will be stuffed. Things will go places that they didn't know they were supposed to go. Now we just gotta wait for those belts to empty out. I also need to put down 2 more, or At least 2 more trains. But first, let's get over here and get rid of these useless trains. And I will state that they are useless. They serve no purpose. They're just there for decoration. They're there to make things look pretty and, just to be a nuisance. Like me. Where's the other train? Other. No, I got rid of that one. Pretty sure there was 3 trains running around over here. Ah, there it is. Here it is. Ha ha! Screw you. Get rid of it the old-fashioned way. Train can't run if there's no track for the train to run on. So now we need to go over to uranium, caterium, N. Why do we need to go to uranium, caterium, N? Because we need to send these ingots somewhere. Otherwise, the whole system's just going to back up again because it doesn't have anywhere to go. Wahoo! Wahoo-leo! I would like to take this time while we are riding around on a choo-choo train to remind you, if you have not already, please remember to smack the crap out of that like button if you're enjoying the content. If you're new here, smack that subscribe button. I'm trying to get 200 by the end of the month. I need 11. 11. So be a buddy, be a pal, be a friend. Smack the subscribe button. Come back and see the antics and the stupidity that is the Idiot Show. I promise I'll make it worth your while by being silly and stupid and doing weird stuff and ride around on trains, because who doesn't like a train? I will say, have a good laugh with the others, or when he cries, yeah. I haven't cried yet this episode, or this stream. I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure I'm going to break something, screw something up, and I'm going to have to have a cry. I'm being told I'm only 3.5 hours in. There's still plenty of time for me to cry like a little girl. Yeah, I normally stream for about 6.5 to 7 hours a day, 6 days a week, and on Sunday, you rest. AK, I make edited content on Sundays. I don't rest. I don't know what rest is. It's a YouTube live for me. Yeah. Yeah, I did that again. Because we're supposed to have 1,800 Caterium ingots coming in. I know we're not going to get anywhere near that because I don't have 3 nodes set up yet. So I need 2 sinks. And we're just going to throw them back here. We're going to put down a merger on the first one. No. On the second one, yeah, on the second one and on the last one and the second one, yeah. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what I'm trying to say eventually. And I also realize that these need to go out one notch, because if they're too close, they don't work. I think that's the right spot. Logistics, organization, buffer bin. I don't care if they're called industrial storage bin. That there is a buffer bin. And you can't change my mind. Hmm. You know what can change my mind? Me being stupid. Now that one goes out. Okay. And unfortunately, that train's going to sit there honking for a little while. I apologize for that. Sorry, but not really all that sorry. What did you miss? I kind of sort of finished the Caterium refinery. Let's get this one in the right spot. That's going to drive me nuts otherwise. Boop. Boop, boop. Nope. Haha, I caught it before I got it deleted. Okay, now we go into a logistics floor hole. Each of these belts should only have 900 on it, so. Which is fine. At least for right this second. This'll do. Need to pull a power wire. And I'm sure I've got one around here somewhere. Yep, there's one. Come here, little buddy. Okay, do you guys have power? It says no power. Why do you say no? That's hooked up, isn't it? It says 0 megawatts. How am I flying around if you don't have any power? I mean, we can fix that problem real easily. I'm probably flying around because I'm so close to the train line and train stations. Itchy ear. All right, now you got power. Yeah, this is gonna suck. Oh, that's gonna really suck. I'll make it work. It's temporary. .tm. See, told you I'd make it work. Okay, now where's my train? Come here, train. We need a set. You're doing stupid shit. Cancel docking, edit timetable. And let's go that one. But once it actually moves, then I can set these to unload. I think they default to unload. Now, the drawback is it's going to come back empty-handed because the other side is not set to load. That's fine. I got to set up all the train signals over here. They do not default to. All right, now we need to get train signals set up. We already have the one out there, but I kind of feel like we need some block signals to give these guys some places to park. And I don't really consider the Caterium refinery done until the Caterium refinery is done. The nice thing is the tracks are bright green because it knows this is going to be uranium. And I want to give these guys a fair amount of places to park because there's probably going to be quite a few trains coming over here. Oh, these are path signals. Damn it. I do enjoy the fact you can overwrite a path signal with block signal. All right. Those are now all block signals, which is what they're supposed to be, not pathing signals. Because they don't need a pathing signal to go down a straight freaking rail. They need a pathing signal when they get into intersections, like what's on the back of this monstrosity. And we'll start switching over to pathing signals. One there. One there. Come on. Find the hole. There it is. And one there. Each train station gets a block signal. Because a pathing signal cannot contain a train track or a train station. Oh, that already has one. We need a path signal on the end of each of these. Tell them that they need to fight for their right to party. Has that fixed the other side? No, the other side is still being stupid. Why are you being stupid? You have a block signal. Could be the fact they're where they are. All I should need is a block signal on the outside of this. I'll put another one a little bit farther down, but actually, we're going to get rid of that one. I'm a big proponent of putting block signals and stuff like that basically directly across from one another. All right. That should work. So whenever the Caterium ingot train gets back, which it shouldn't be that far away, I love how YouTube can't seem to figure out how many likes a video has anymore. There just seems to be a flaw with YouTube. But that's why I was going to try to pay attention to YouTube's metrics. All right, I think this is my train, and I need to name these trains so that I know on the map which one's which. I'm going to assume that's probably the one for this. It sounds like a kind of safe bet. It's the only train I've set up to come this way. And bug on the windshield. We'll name this one Deuterium Ingot. Because it carries, lo and behold, Deuterium Ingots. Wow. It's a really unique name, right? Once it's parked and starts docking, I'm going to turn off self-drive. Because I want to make sure, I'm going to hitch a ride on it. But I want to make sure these sinks start dropping. And yes, I've got 300 coupons waiting for me. I'm not redeeming them. I got more work to do at the refinery, so should make some sushi belts just for this, just for fun. No, 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 no. That's a negative there, Ghost Rider. Okay, those are Caterium ingots. They're in the lift. The sinks are chomping. I think that wheel only spins if they're actively eating something. I know they only Pac-Man when they're eating something. Okay. We need to get back over to the Caterium refinery. I need to name those Caterium trains. I need to put another one into use to pull from the third node, the third miner, the third whatever you want to call it. Caterium deposit? No, I'm trying to make this kind of easy on myself, Bog. Sushi belts do not make things easy on me. I made sushi belts earlier. I fed them into a sink. I mean, I've got smart splitters. I've got programmable splitters. I can deal with sushi belts. I just don't want to. And the worst thing is, yeah, that I've got this Caterium refinery. I'm probably going to be having a copper refinery very similar to it to make all my copper powder, because I would rather move my copper powder to a final location than deal with it elsewise. Oh, Vogue, I have decided I'm not doing quartz purification. I ran all my numbers and it was too much. It saved me a bit of quartz crystal, but I was just having to, or raw quartz. I was just having to dump so much quartz crystal down the drain that it's like, eh. And honestly, I don't want to make that much nitric acid. I'm using a fair amount of nitrogen over at my rocket fuel plant, so. I kind of like the idea of redundant power sources. I don't want to turn my rocket fuel plant off. Okay. At the moment, I am not making a maximum amount of ingots, and I know that because I'm not sending enough Caterium ore over here. We do need another train. All right, that's backwards. At least one more train. Okay, this one will be named Caterium or number 3. I will name the other two appropriately. I'll send this one to pure Caterium number 2. And away it goes. It's going to dock, even though it has nothing. That's one thing I really wish it wouldn't do. Like, if there's nothing in the train cars, it should not dock. It's not that hard of a piece of logic to set up. I'm hoping between the two of these, they can balance out to about 1,200 per minute. And then these two will have to be 1,000 or 1,200 per minute each. You've been playing for over 4 hours. Wow! Okay, I think that's one of my Caterium ore trains. Sure as hell looks like it, so we're going to bug on the wind. We're not going to bug on the windshield. We're going to come over here and bug on the windshield because I missed pressing E at the right time. Reflexes suck. Come here. So we're going to call this one Caterium ore number 1. Actually, we're going to call this one Caterium ore number 2. Because it goes to pure Caterium number 2. Did I just send you out? Where the hell is pure Caterium number 1? I mean, that's the pure Caterium #1 node right over there. Okay, we need to look at the train timetable. Limestone #1. I don't know. You're just no. You're a junk train. Can you? Yeah, you can't do that. No, you can. Caterium refine. Did I not send one to Pure 1? I got that one goes to #2. That one also goes to #2. Okay. I never sent one to Pure Caterium #1. Okay, so we got Caterium. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Because that tells me which nodes they're going to. Obviously, this one's going to be probably bringing the most Caterium here. Because it's literally just going to a train station right over there. Which I easily could just belt that Caterium over here. I want to run trains. Don't judge me. So each of these should be moving about 450. They're definitely not, but that's okay. For right now, they're not. As long as the buffer bins never fill. That buffer bin is full. I don't know what's with that. Oh, I screwed up. I need a buffer bin here. That feeds in there. I don't need a buffer bin there. So we'll just empty that one into that train car. And we'll put another buffer bin here. That one hooks to that one. This one hooks to that one. This one hooks to that one. Yeah, that works. So once this buffer bin is empty, I get rid of that. Yeah. And I don't need the splitters here. But technically speaking, I could have this buffer bin here. I just have to bring the belt in. Kind of like that. Which I can't do at the moment. I could. There's nothing stopping me from doing it. Sushi belt challenge. Every bit of more than one segment must have at least as many items on it as it has segments. Sushi belt challenge. Literally every belt you run has to be a sushi belt. You're not allowed to run individual belts. Not doing it. Not this playthrough, at least. That would be a, start fresh playthrough. But welcome, nerd. Welcome back. I just want the buffer bins to all be aligned. That's all that is. That's me being anal. Yeah, it's called spread your belts out. Run as long a belts as you can, like this. But this actually hurts because you can only run them for so long. Okay. I don't know which. Like I said, I may very well be running 2 trains to unload this system. And like going to that really far node, I might have to run 2 trains. The 2 close nodes, I probably won't have to because, like I said, one of the 2 nodes is literally right there, and the other one is just down there in the green field. So. I'm surprised it doesn't look like I have K-tier on me at all. Oh no, I'm just blind. It's right there. I'm just blind. I'm just not really here. You're just imagining things. That's okay. I've got a very active imagination. Okay. Obviously, this system's going to take hours to iron out, smooth out, and figure out what goes where. And that's just par for the course when it comes to stuff like this. But as long as these buffer bins never empty, and those buffer bins never fill up, we're golden. Because right now I'm only running 291 units through that, 290 through that, 186 through that, 234 through that, and those need to be 450 each. They're not. That train station is completely full. I don't know where my ingot train is. For some reason, all the way back at the drop-off. I'm kind of curious if it is broken. Nope, it's moving. It's moving. It's a grooving. I definitely think we're going to have 2 trains. I mean, honestly, moving 450 items with 1 train should be possible. I mean, it's a bit of a drive, but that's not that bad. Let's see, the first two should need to be at 1200 per minute. The back two should be at 600. This would actually make a lot more sense if I just put 3 train cars and get rid of the 4th train station on these, but uniformity. Multi-item trains? Not yet. I mean, I do have a multi-item train. No, I don't. Maybe I do? I got so many damn trains, it's kind of hard to keep track anymore. I mean, that's my train setup so far. There's a lot of trains. There's a lot of trains and train stations. It's getting kind of hard to keep track. The trains, first 2 train stations are full. Doesn't really super look like I'm running at 100% efficiency because, no, it wasn't. Everything coming in here, everything coming into the far port is Caterium ore. Everything coming out of this port is Caterium ingots. See, that might bite me in the ass. Yeah, everything in the left train station is unloads. Everything in the right is loads. Yeah, it might be. That's going to pick up ingots and take them far, 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 far away. It could be, you know, how sometimes the loading animation gets kind of weird. Whereas it should be all synced up like this one is, and sometimes it's not. Okay. Now, $64 million question coming down here to logistics. Very, very bottom. Let's put some throughput monitors on these. Now, that one back there. That might be it. This should be 900. Should be. That one back there definitely seems to want to be 900. Those are going to take a little while to dial in. Just like this whole system's going to take a while to fill up. Yeah, see, like this one's only running at 73% because the K-tier ore is still trying to back up in a lot of these systems. This one has 100. This one has 4. It's just the size of the manifolds. Because there's only 600 coming up here, splitting down into what should only take 600, but we all know how manifolds are. Yeah, let's force the manifolds to fill up. Easy way to force the manifolds, just let it all back up. Once the belt is full, the output buffers will fill up. Once the output buffers fill up, the input buffers have to fill up. Everything fills up, and then I can not have to worry about shit. And it gets this train station completely empty. Yeah, because I think Casper's right, because these last two are tied to a single line. So I only want 600 per minute going through these, whereas I need 1200 per minute going through the front ones because it's the best way I could come up with to split these. So the first two train cars empty every time, the back two won't. Which it's fine because it should all balance out. After a few hours. But I am willing to say, short of, balancing issues, which is going to be a me issue, we're done with Caterium Refinery. So we got to go over to the Quartz Cave. I think Nerd was one that said that he had just finished up, or they had just finished up the other couple days ago, a couple weeks ago, whatever. It all blurs together. Pulling all of the quartz out of the Quartz Cave in the Rocky Desert to make in-game stuff. Well, my exact amount of quartz that I need is 3,000. Technically speaking, I need 2,955.6. I'm rounding that up to 3K. The nice thing is, there's exactly 3,000 quartz sitting in the Quartz Cave in the Rocky Desert. Exactly. So, kind of makes sense to just grab the 3,000 quartz in one area and use it. Right? Right. It doesn't really make sense to, go get quartz somewhere else and, get it from multiple places when I can get it all from one spot. You see, this one has no Caterium ore in it. Which I'm not seeing any Caterium ore coming in. Did I run out in a buffer bin? Yep. Buffer bin's emptied. Yeah, well, you know my train. My train's going to look nice going in there. But I'm just going to put stations in the cave, and I'm going to pull out the 3 nodes of quartz and the node of SAM, because I need the SAM somewhere. Not sure where, but I'm going to need the SAM. That's a slight problem. Because these trains are coming in so fast, because they're not having to go very far. I'm having trouble getting the buffer bins to fill up. Hmm. That's a bit of an issue. And that's probably just an iron out, let it run for a while, and it should take care of itself issue. Because I'm outputting 2,400 a minute. You're only using 2 stations to pull all of that. Oh yeah, you run 1,200 through each train car. I might do that. I might put down 2 stations for the quartz and one for the SAM just because I'm a big fan of overkill. And as the system backs up, as it fills up, because now, the Caterium ingots have nowhere to go, maybe this will help that train line iron out a little bit. Because I wouldn't be opposed to, having all of the refineries completely full on the inbound, having all of the and having the train line fill up as well. If you wouldn't mind, send me a picture. I'm curious about how you do your train buffering. My worst case, drop it in the Discord. I have a feeling we're going to get more and more Satisfactory players in there, and it'd be nice to share some design ideas or just show off. I wouldn't say there's really a whole lot on this build that I'm really happy with or super happy with, like show off worthy. Short of some of the I hugged my train line through this area so perfectly. And like I said, this is only my second playthrough, so you could just let the train wait in the station if they're coming in too fast. Are you talking about how are you talking about doing that? With the advanced settings, switching it to wait until train is or car is unloaded? I'm not sure how that works. Once the next train comes back in, I'll bring it up on screen to show what I'm asking about. Because it's not going to be very long. The 2K Ethereum trains aren't going very far. Which train are you? I had seen that option, but I hadn't figured out what it actually did. I thought it would have the train sit here and basically keep unloading until it was empty and then move out. And that doesn't seem to be how it works, but I could be wrong. I only ran a test on one train. I need to grab bottle service next time I see it and take it offline as well. Probably fuzzy choo choo as well. Basically, all the trains that aren't actively doing anything. If they're not working, they don't need to stay. Boop. You're talking about freight wagon is fully unloaded loading or wait X number of seconds. Oh shit, wait. Oh, never mind. Obviously, that's not really going to work out too well with those back two cars. I mean, now the buffer bins are nice and full, but that's also because I've got the entire system over there turned off. All right, definitely something I'll take into account for off stream. I think everything's filled up. And we are fully backed up on Caterium ore, so the manifold is full. Let's get this fired back up. And then we'll go start in the quartz cave, and then we'll come back here later to see how things progressed. Because right now I'm just dumping these Caterium ingots down the drain, which is fine. I just didn't want to build this. I didn't want to build this system up at my nuke plant when I didn't need to. There's less ingots than there is ore, so I might as well process it offsite. All right. I don't know where you're going. Probably to 1 or 2, which I don't want to go that direction. So we'll just do some slidey jumps, slidey jumps, slida jumps. We'll make our way up to the nuke plant, or by the nuke plant. We'll make our way up to the quartz thing. I got to figure out how the hell I'm going to get 45,000 power shards out of that cave. Or at least move to an area that isn't in my way. Everything else in that cave can go down a sink, but I can't sink the power shards. And it's probably not 45,000 yet. Okay, you... Okay, bottle service. You are not needed anymore. You are just a train on that's just taking up space on the line. So you can go away. And I'm going to work off stream about getting rid of some of those trains that aren't actively working. There will be no will work for food trains on my line. They take up a bit of power, which I don't care about. Which one are you? Okay, you're my ingot train. You are definitely staying. You're not going anywhere. The drawback is right now I'm using some of that quartz from in the quartz cave to make my crystal oscillators. But worst case, I'll make a new crystal oscillator factory somewhere else. It's just I'm sinking 90% of them. I don't need a huge crystal oscillator factory for Dimensional Depot. I don't think I'm going to use a lot of crystal oscillators building the nuke plant. I'm not even sure what all you use crystal oscillators for with the build gun. I'm not sure what all you use crystal oscillators for, short of, making stuff. Like radio control units and computers. No, I'm making computers a different way over there. No. Yeah, I'm definitely making computers without crystal oscillators at the supercomputer factory because there ain't no damn quartz around there. I know I'm not pulling quartz in there. I'm sure there's some crap quartz node around it somewhere that I can tap for. That's got an iron node nearby. I can make like 2 or 3 crystal oscillators a minute at. Because that's all I need is a couple per minute. Saw that shadow and about freaked out. It's like it's It's gonna hurt. Every time I come in this cave, I do that. I don't know why. Force of habit, maybe. This is gonna be fun trying to run a train line through. Just because of that dip. Because there are none of my blueprints have a curved incline. How are we doing on power shards? Okay, the bin's not full, but I think I'm just gonna disconnect the input. Yeah, we'll just take that, and we'll let it empty out. Quartz crystal is the one that takes the most input, so that will definitely clog it up. Or yeah, we'll let it run what it's got in its input. I got to figure out where in the hell I'm going to. Yeah, we can just put a bunch of buffer bins over here. How many do I need? 9, I think. 8 or 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And they're not full. It's not a full 9, so 9 will work. This is not going to be pretty. I'll tell you that one right now. I'd apologize for it, but I'm not actually sorry about it. Okay, so that's what, 6? We go any deeper in here? A bit. So that's 8. Kind of running out of room here. Nine. Hey, pretty. I warned you about that one before I even started. That's the only problem. Yeah, that's not gonna fly. I don't really ever need to go down that hallway again. Nah, for right now, they're just gonna go in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. As long as I got room on the last one to put a dimensional depot, I'll be fine. And this is definitely temporary. .tm. A little bit clipping, but oh well. This ain't gonna be pretty. I know it ain't gonna be pretty. There we go. Go, power shards, go! Wee! Fly, my babies! Fly, my precious! Alright. Time to get a sink involved. I need to start getting rid of all this crap. We're just letting the machines empty out. Oh wait, now that can stay hooked up. You can get unhooked. We'll just pick that up. Already got rid of all the dark matter crystals that I had stored back there. Get rid of all the time crystals. Get rid of you. Huh? Yeah, power my sink. Power my sink. Thank you. That might help. Give the sink some power. Get rid of all these time crystals, and they could just go on a Mark 6. And I won't be running the road rail blueprint in here. I'll just be running the rail. I need to use the restroom. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, looks like we got most of... Oh, I need to do that. I need to hook up Mark 6s in between in some of my bins. so I can get the stuff out of the bins faster. That would have been intelligent, and I got a Discord DM. Or no, I got tagged. Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's definitely one way to do it. Okay. I'll take that into consideration. How many bins I have? That one's full. Still filling the second bin. God damn. Still trying to empty this train station. I probably need to turn this tractor off because it's just bringing time crystals from outside, and I can sink them outside. And you know what? Whoa. Okay, we're done with that. We're done with that. We're done with that. We're done with that. We'll just get rid of all that Sam. I think we're just gonna get rid of everything that's in here. Just dump it all down the sink. Make room for more stuff. So we'll just cut the power to this miner. Let all that process and go away. Why does a low level have vampire 2? I had a Achatina snail that had vampire 3. I was wondering if you how you did your rails, if you had them decked or if you just did open rails. Open rails would definitely make this a lot easier. I'm gonna try to run my normal rail blueprint through before I go get my other rail blueprint. That's a lot of time crystals to dump down the sink. I'm also dumping Sam down the sink. Everything in here must go. It's a fire sale. Everything must go. I think I used that line in one of my videos recently. That's done. That's done. Oh, we got this other sink over here. Let's oh, we can do that. Put a merger in. Yeah, Mark 6 belt. Get a Mark 6 belt, and there we go. Get rid of whatever the hell's in there. Silica and quartz crystals. They can just all go. Yeah. Price is so cheap, it's gonna fly out the door. Oh, did you run all straight through, like out that way too? We're not gonna pay any attention to the tractor being all weird. Well, the worst thing is when the tractor respawns, it respawns above me. And then it respawns down here, and then it respawns in there, and then it finally operates. Hey, look, I made a sushi belt. Only good place to put a sushi belt into a sink. All right, so that's all done. I should have disconnected the power to some of this stuff a while ago, but I didn't. So we get to watch all this crap go away. So, like, why is the time crystal taking so long? And then I remember I'm also dumping this SAM, so it's only moving 600 per minute. That one's empty. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna go all the way through. I don't have much reason to. And I know it tightens out a lot going eastern. The west entrance to this cavern chamber works. Is I think it's wider going to the west than it is going to the east. Definitely a hell of a lot wider than going to the north on either spot. Those are done. They're just waiting to empty out. And now they're empty. It's amazing what Mark 6 belts do. I think 51 is divisible by 3. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that no, that belt is kind of sort of done, but not really done because I need to empty out the other bin. But this bin's empty. Constructor's empty. Splitter's empty. Belt's empty. Yeah, speaking of painful to make work, you should have seen me try to make my rail line up into the red forest. That was fun. Because we all know me, I can't go like the simple path. I've got to like hug the terrain and try to squeeze through archways and do all this silly shit. Speaking of blueprints, undefined, rail straight. How well are you going to fit here? This is going to be fun. There, well, I just have to be up here. That fits. This is going to be really fun to try to hit that exact friggin' mark. Oh yeah, I mean, if I come over here, that's all the room in the world. Look at that. That's a fat. That's a fat cat. Oh shit. Yeah, the drawback is that quartz node there that I need. Not that I want. I need it. Feel kind of bad dumping all this reanimated Sam, but like Casper said, it's a store closing sale. Everything must go. Kind of curious if there's any other spot on the map that has an easily accessible source of coal, SAM, and quartz, all relatively close. Or if this is the best spot to make this. I can think of a spot that has quartz and SAM, but it doesn't have coal nearby as far as I'm aware. And there's a SAM node in this area and there's a bunch of quartz. Yeah, we're gonna have we're gonna do the fun of trying to run that belt through on stream. And we're just get rid of this stupid truck or tractor. Hey, look, a bin. I can put time crystals in. A lot of this other crap is piling up in my inventory. Really feel like there's probably a deconstruction crate around here. But surprising enough, I don't see one. Wonder if it's going to be like that time where it just disappeared. Yeah, another empty bin. Yay, empty bins. There's so much crap in my inventory. So much crap in my inventory. I mean, I'm only sinking 13 million points per minute right now. And the worst thing is, not much of that's coming from this. I think I normally sink like 12 million points a minute. Because right now I'm sinking pressure conversion cubes. Okay, Sam's gone. So I can get rid of this belt now. So we're just sinking time crystals. Over here on the left. Still sinking my bin of crap. Bin of crap. And if I need to, I can put some more bins over there. That's not that much of an issue. Kind of feel like it's about time to start trying to get the rail line in here. I mean, I do kind of want to come through there because as long as I'm up a little bit, I got lots of room. And it's going to be a lot easier than trying to get around that quartz node, which needs a miner. Let's throw a miner down on it real quick. And the reason I'm throwing a miner down on it is solely to A, mark it, and B, gives me an idea of how much height I actually would have to have if I were to go over it. Oh, I don't have any portobello miners. I need to make more of those. Also helps if I put down the right thing. Kind of wish I would have done limestone instead. No, I didn't. Yeah, I have like 250 of these damn things in dimensional storage. All right. Go ahead and overclock that. Yes, to a point, I'm literally just delaying what I'm about to have to do. I know the pain I'm about to encounter. Nerd did it the easy way with exposed rails. I'm doing it with blueprints. This is not going to be fun. 3 spooters. 3 spooters on the left. We'll see how far I get before I just say screw it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yours isn't blueprint the whole way through. A lot of it's auto connect, so it's a little bit easier. I've done that system before. That's how I did my last rail line on my other playthrough. Right, I need a bin because I need to get some of this crap out of my inventory. And I'm not trying to like discredit anything. Feels so bad throwing away radio control units. Nah. Not like I don't make all this crap. I won't throw away the cooling systems. That's how my entire rail network's been built. I am going to be putting the road system of my rail network into action here real soon. Oh, of course, you're not a damn blueprint. Oh, that's going to be fun. I might have put this in a really bad spot. It probably should have went over another one. I don't know how well this is going to work. I'm going to give it a shot, but I have a feeling that three-legged beast there is kind of in my way. I don't know. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Pay no attention to the idiot. He does not know what he's doing. By now, most of you guys are used to that. Ah, you son of a bitch. I wonder what happened if I put a right-hand turn right there. Not left, I want right. Right, like that. Damn. Damn. And left isn't going to be tight enough. Yeah, we're going to put another... We're just going to put another roundabout in over here. Which I got to do this fast because literally I'm actively getting rid of rail line that's in use. Well, remember, nobody ever said I was smart. Yeah, I love the double roundabouts because I don't have a choice. God damn it, that's not where I told you to go. There. There's going to be all kinds of fun with how close those are together. But that gives me a much better target. I mean, honestly, I'll say this hasn't been the most enjoyable way to make a crap ton of rail line, but and yes, all this is going away. Which shit. I have a straight rail. It's hard to line up. Because this is actually supposed to be nudged in quite a bit. I think it's right there. Yeah, that's where it's supposed to go. All right. Yeah, I know this is going to be painful. I'm prepared for the pain. Oh, and the worst thing is my rail blueprint is literally my road rail blueprint that I just shaved the road off the bottom. So they don't snap together as they snap together. I do need to be aware that's not going to work. We need to stay up above for a while. Because I do have a truck that comes over here to pick up coal to bring over to my steel plant. I'm kind of okay with that clipping. Now we can drop. Mm. Yeah, this is where it's going to get interesting. And by interesting, I mean painful. I'm fully prepared for the pain. I'm not ready or wanting the pain. But I know it's coming. That's not lined up. God damn it. Yeah, like I said, I'm going to try this. It's probably going to be a really stupid idea that ends up being finished off stream. Casper fully typing. Nope, you're not allowed to do it off stream. This is pain. This is enjoyment. This is entertainment. You have to do this on stream so we can all laugh at you while you want to cry like a little girl. We come here to watch you cry like a little girl. Do I have that message about right? I don't want you to hear me cry either, Casper. I know. I decided to do the stupid ass shit, so I have to do it on stream so everybody can laugh at me doing the stupid ass shit. And just remember, I don't have a sharper right turn or sharper turns. All I have is these gentle 5-degree turns. I may have to fix that problem. All right, I'll look at it here in a minute. I think my better bet would be to hang a right here instead of a left. Unless I already tried this and it didn't line up. I think I already tried this. God damn it, I hate when it does that. Because you can lay a blueprint on top of a blueprint. If I just bump a little bit to the right. Now I'm just gonna make a building rail just so I keep flight. Yeah, I think I was following the same route as well. I just don't think I can cut this sharp enough. I think I'm gonna end up in the wall. Yeah. With the current blueprints, at least. But I have some ideas. That's not gonna work. Like I said, I got some ideas. I got some tricks up my sleeve. I didn't say they were good tricks. Definitely need to come back a little bit more. I just need a right-hand angle. I don't need a right-hand turn. That makes sense. I break out my Hot Wheels car. Nope, that clips. I went too far back. Need to put down that right-hand turn and just not go back as far. And I'm probably not going to look at chat a whole lot while I'm doing this. And it's nothing against anybody in chat. It's just me trying to somewhat concentrate. No, nope, nope. That's the ones I already took off. I already tried with taking those off and it was... Why do I not have power on these rails? There. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of things I could do to make this a lot easier on myself, but I'm a bit of a masochist. Kind of feel like you have to be to try to do content. That gets me through. I don't think I even have to break out the Matchbox car to prove that works. Like, I am successfully through that first hurdle. Now, can I make that turn? It's not even this turn I'm worried about. Shit. Ooh, maybe. Let's go back to being a straight. Nope, I need to turn left more. Why can I not have... Give me the rail, damn it. Where's... There it is. Oh, like I said, I'm not even going to do the second rail. Oh, you son of a... And I got no problem chopping up my blueprints to make things behave. Should have titled this stream, There Will Be Pain, There Will Be Misery. Right, just give me a building rail. Can I have the rail? Thank you. And I refer to a building rail as just a rail that's not laid out properly on the blueprint. Did I try this with a straight? I think I did, and I determined that. I probably should have just a little bit to the left. Just a little bit. Like one of my shifts. A 5-degree shift. This should work. I don't need a full shift. No, god damn it. That's the first shift. Because there's a straight piece and then there's a shift. straight shift that one. The worst thing is, the more I work on this, the more I'm seeing it's possible. Nope, it needs to go over more. So it needs to be two. I need two foundations. So not this one, not this one, not this one, this one. Okay, now a straight. Do do do. Do do do. Do do do. And that's definitely interfering with the rail, but problem solved. Oh, that problem solved. Now the question is, did that just kick me far enough or too far one direction for this to remotely line up? What? It works? I didn't have to shift it over that far. I never said that was against the rules. Might have to pull a Johnny special here. Yeah, there's definitely no way that both my rails are fitting through there. Like that entrance is not large enough for both my rails to fit through. Case in point. Because even if I put that there, 2 meter spacing. Foundation is 8 meters wide. This is 16-meter spacing. Like that is the best I can get in my train clips. right, that's not a straight piece. That's a straight piece. And right there, maybe. Oh, there's a little bit of clipping there. There's a whole lot of clipping there. Maybe there's not any clipping on that side, but there's not any clipping there. It's damn close. But I'm gonna say that's probably clipping. Yeah, there's definitely some clipping going on there. Right there. I don't see it fitting. With 2 rails. Now I could run a single rail through there. If I can get the pipe, because I've done that one before where I bring the 2 rails together. Kind of akin to this. And run that down. We've deemed that one acceptable. Eh, as long as it works. The drawback is I'm running out of incline real fast. I think that's more than a 2-meter drop. Can I have the damn rail line, please? Because this is only a 2-meter incline for this piece. But it might work. It's definitely not proven to be all too much fun, but and I will make the promise the second I can go back to double lines, I will. which seems to be about here. All right, let me check that real quick. Is that you putting the blueprint there? Just nudge it in some more and put the train on there and see if the train clips. Because had I had the rail showing zero clipping, but once the train got involved, the train had some clipping. Oh, so I need to clean that track up, but there might be a myriad of ways that I could uh, snug that around. Right now, I'm just trying to get this done. I know I gotta climb and a turn coming up. That's the only reason I'm dropping that already. I'm still shit. It might work. Let's get rid of this. Yes, there will be profanity. Are you really building a train track if you're not cursing? That's too early. For you, no, there must be cursing for you to build a train track. Yeah, basically. I'm not saying it can't be done with that entrance. I'm just not really super looking forward to spending the hour or so it would probably take for me to get it dialed exactly in. Sometimes you have to know when just to kind of sort of flub. That is damn tight on the right hand one. So, oh yeah, it's possible. Like I said, I mean, I might go back through and try to get it perfect. But like I said, at the moment, I'm not worried about it. Let me up away from the spooters, please. Like I said, I'm not saying it's not possible to do it. I'm just saying it's a little outside the scope of what I want to do at the moment. Now, this is going to be fun because I got to turn and rise, and I don't have a... Yeah. And I can go back. I can go to my other save. Or I don't have to go to my other save. I can just literally get the blueprint from my other save that is a train stand instead of this. I have a blueprint for that. It's not very nice looking, but sometimes it's definitely a case of screw what looks pretty and just make it work. Obviously, this would be much easier if I would just go back and make a 10-degree turn instead of a 5-degree turn. How much space do I have here? I got a crap ton of space there. How much space do I have? There. None. Because I am actually colliding with that stalagmite. Can you get rid of those? Do those go boom? Oh, mother. I feel a bit stupid now. I got plenty of room. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm running into. So I could probably get another... I don't know about 2. I will try 2 to see if 2 will work. If 2 does not work, I will go back to 1. One should definitely work. Obviously, there needs to be a lot of turn there. This is just a height measurement real quick. I don't know about you guys, but I say that fits. Get rid of the damn stalagmites and it fits. Is that on that? No, that's one tick past. Well, I don't ride on the top of my train, so I don't have to worry about that. You gotta admit, that is tight. Nothing else just gives me an idea of how to get through here. I think I need another turn. I really hope this is gonna fit before it clips into the ground. Kinda, sorta, maybe ish. I see you. You know, I'm not even bothered by you. Why we? Oh, it's like, why won't you give me that as a blueprint? Because there's no blueprint. It's just me putting down ramps. I got a big old problem right here. I see it. God bless it. Will you lock where I tell you to lock? I want to do something I've never actually had to do, but I'm willing to do it for science, for the content. Because the way this turn is designed, there's a not turn piece at the very beginning of it. Actually, it'd probably be best to bring this into the center of a foundation instead of on the edge where the actual clipping occurs. Might have to go back to a single rail. I don't want to. Might not have a choice. Yeah. I think the only way I'm getting that through there is with tighter turn blueprint. Or go into my blueprint and take this flat piece out here. But I ain't licked yet. There's been no licking going on yet. Yeah, now I'm even more in the wall. Yay. How did I make that turn sharper, but somehow still completely and totally not turn sharper? In practice. Kind of how it seems. So that's the halfway point. I'm pulling out all the weirdo stuff I can here. That's not going to work. It needs to be lined up on that foundation, not. The fuck? That's not even lined up in the right spot. That might explain part of it. If my incline literally is one too far down. Yeah, a meter here, a meter there. That shit adds up. I have a feeling this is going to be a lot of little micro turns and micro inclines to try to get this to work. Just make a new blueprint where you remove the first section of your turn. Yeah. Definitely on my I don't want to do list, but it's there. But if I did that, then people wouldn't be able to watch my pain and suffering. Yeah, I've said multiple times this is the first time I've really messed with blueprints. But I do kind of agree with Vogue. Of course, the easy method would. Oh, I'm so fucking close too. That's the sad thing is I'm so close. Oh hey, all that time I spent screwing around with that, everything up here is empty. That counts as a win, right? Yeah, that's one thing I did not do when I did the rail stands was a slope version, and I really regret that because it looked so bad. To my super anal. Okay, road. Let's do. I really wish there was a way to move this down. I obviously, please tell me if there is. I don't know of a way. So if there is a way, please, please, please tell me. The whole blueprint. I built this blueprint off of my road rail. I literally just loaded my road rail blueprint as the road underneath the rail line and just deleted the road off the bottom. Which is why you see me fight with it so much and having to nudge it into place. And obviously, I don't have to do this little bit. Yeah, my thing was just when I was making long stretches, I had like any kind of incline. I'd have an incline and then flat, then incline, and I didn't like it. All right, let's go back and try this with a slightly sharper turn, because now it'll be a 5 degree straight through instead of or 10 degree, whatever one single nudge is. All right, why do? Hmm. Okay. Slight left. Where are you at? Slight left. Get away from the blueprint maker and place the blueprint into the. See, I tried that and it was giving me shit. But maybe I'm just stupid. Okay, so I don't think I can use that. Like, can you micro turn? I don't think I can turn it minorly enough for that to work. And obviously there's no micro turns because you hold down control, you turn 45, 90, yeah, 45 degrees. Oh, I'll make it work. One way or another. Actually, that's not bad. I just need to get some height and I can make another left turn. Maybe. I don't think that rock there is going to go away. Nope. I'll give that a shot, log. Like I said, I'd be the first to admit I don't really know what the hell I'm doing. I'll own it. I don't care. So put the blueprint maker down. Grab one of my blueprints. Put it where I want it. Yeah, see, that's what happens. Even though obviously there's an item in here, and even if I go and just do something like that, all I get is the cost for that one foundation. I got the lower bits of the save it, delete everything not clear, place. Yeah. Could it be the fact that it's like kind of floating? I mean, there's obviously nothing below it. But if I micro nudge it down one, then it's actually snapped onto the. It's actually down on the blueprint maker. But there's still no cost. So yeah, that's what I kept running into. No clue. The first time was in the Mark II. The first couple times I did that just a second ago was in the Mark II. Let's try to go up a little bit and then turn. I think I already tried that though. Can I turn and then go up? Or does it already collide to the ground? Not really. All that crap can be blown away. That's not actually in the right spot. Ow. I should remember that one. Come on, baby. Just behave yourself. I need one more turn and Oh, yeah. I had to remember how to do this. It's been a minute since I've actually done this, so the drawback is that's not going to work. Yeah, see, if I go through and make a blueprint like that, I'd get a much, much sharper turn. Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. All right, come back here, grab a ramp. I'm just too lazy to go through the build menu and look for these things. Ah, son of a bitch. I feel like if I could make my turn a little bit earlier, I might be able to get up this. But I got rid of my. Uh, now I'm too close to that side. I kind of have to go up here, or I don't go up. I might be wrong, but come on, build the damn thing so I have some power. Oh yeah, that line's not actually hooked up. So my rail line runs on this line here. I'm about to break out the Matchbox car. That doesn't look like it clips. It looks like it's damn close. Might be a little bit. I'd have to. Shame I can't do photo mode. There is a gap. But you got to tell me that's not that. There's not a gap there. And honestly, like I said before, if I have to nudge this over one tick, I'm calling that good. I need one incline here. You know, I'm okay with that. We'll just call it rally racing. Now for the fun thing. So the easy part's done. Time for the hard part. Oh, son of a bit. I gotta turn sharper. I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to break out that trick again. Whatever you do, don't breathe. That's halfway point. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't rock the train or we're all going to die. Thankfully, it's not a passenger train. That's going to be all kinds of fun getting the rails to go up that without it looking like complete crap like that. Actually, the funny thing is, let me just check something real quick. This is probably a pipe dream. This is probably me being stupid. I probably tried this and it failed, and I've done forgotten about it already. Yeah, I have to come up that one more notch. Now, what would happen if I came up 2 notches? That be better or worse? I'm pretty sure that's going to be worse. Yeah, that's a little worse. There's definitely some clipping going on there. Now, there's always this. I don't have to go up a full 2 meter. Honestly, I could just use the smaller double ramp. Don't start and a rail more than half a foundation up or down from the level. I'm just playing around right now. Yeah, that's definitely clipping. So yeah, where I was is the exact spot. I hate that bullshit. Get rid of a powered rail, then it wants to whine and bitch. Yeah, it's all about being bit on the finicky side, or trying to be kind of intelligent. And we all know that doesn't happen around here. And like I said, if worst case, if I decide that I don't like how close that is, why is that? That's not lining up to the old one. Oh, I'm still up a ramp. That's why it's not lining up. And that's one of the reasons I left that other section alone. God. All right, fall down, figure out that this rail still has power, and let me fly again. Worst case, I'll just do that. Now, if I decide I don't like how close that is, I'll just move the whole rail over. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the ramp there. Oh, wait, oh, I want left. I don't want right. I keep grabbing the blueprint that goes the wrong direction. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the ass. It's like every time I come up, I'm just going more into that. No, I love having to basically sit on top of the damn rail for you to realize that the rail's got power. I'd love to just, go over that way. But I know there ain't no way in hell I'm making that turn. Not with the blueprints I have. Maybe do that ninja trick again. Where I bring the blueprint into the other blueprint. That. Can you go into the single line? Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't like doing that. I can probably get an incline in there and then. on, come. Oh. Nipples. Yeah, I gotta love that crap. I didn't say nibbles. I said nipples. And maybe if I started like back here, I could get a. I'm gonna have to play with this for a while, and with it being Valentine's Day, I'm gonna cut it short and spend a bit of time at home with the family. So sorry for the massively boring watching me build a train through a cave that doesn't want to cooperate. Um, but yeah, we'll finish this up Monday. We'll try to figure. I will not build this off stream. Only Zool. No, it just seems very boring as far as content uh, to me. But I will not mess with this off stream. I may try to figure out how to do it, take a screenshot of how the fuck I did it, and then build it on stream. Or deconstruction, then build it on stream. Like, hey, I figured it out. No off stream work. That just means you're going to have to come to stream a little bit earlier on Monday. Help me beat my head against the wall. I mean, I've gotten into the cavern. The only thing that I'm having a problem with is getting through that. And that all seems to be lining up. I start at 1 p.m. Eastern. I generally go from 1 p.m. Eastern to 8 p.m. Eastern, but I got a plate of food next to me, and with it being a holiday and whatnot, I want to eat. Yeah, this is just if I put a left here, it's close. But once I put a second piece, this this is just too close to that wall. Oh, wait. Gotta love when you're done and whatnot, and you want to be done, and then all of a sudden you get a really good idea, and it's like, no, I gotta try this. So now I'm too close on that side. And I'm basically. Why do I have that texture? I'm not even on the ground. That's some lying bullshit right there. I got freaking moss and crap growing up on my tree. I wonder if a half foundation would do it. Get rid of the full foundation. Come on, keyboard. Do keyboard things. Come on, find the snap point. Thank you. Remember, it's this line right here. No way. No way in hell is that working. Nerd. Obviously, I don't need to go up that high. I can get rid of a good chunk of this. Honestly, I don't need to go up. Go up, flatten, go back down. Maybe it's just fungus and you get too close to it and it starts getting all over your clothes. Okay, now how about the other side? Obviously, this little thing can go away. That was my last explosive. No way in fucking hell. You tell me if there's any clipping there, because I sure that crap don't see it. Uh, because I don't have anywhere that I have sulfur, um, coal, and crude that's not being turned into rocket fuel. I cracked my own explosive rebar. I don't see any on the track. I mean, there's a tiny bit right there. That's just that's just dirt that fell down. I've never automated explosive rebar. Now I will probably get rid of this blueprint and just put some normal ramps in here. I hate knowing full well there are structures in that wall that I cannot get rid of because I can't get a line of sight on them. But just knowing full well I'm there. And actually, the funny thing is, what I probably should do instead of the blueprint that doesn't have this this foundation here, do a blueprint this is a half foundation instead of a full. Actually, doing the whole thing as half foundations would probably get me a really tight turn. That looks really nice. But I'm willing to say that I'm in there. I'm in the hole. Oh, what ghosting? I'm gonna assume it's Cheat Ghost because this is literally Unreal Engine 5.5, so it's the exact same friggin' cheat codes as Arc. Now, see, here's the funny thing for Johnny and Amaya and Wattage and all my Arc people. This runs the exact same freaking version of Unreal Engine that Arc Ascended runs. I get 250 frames per second in this. It doesn't crash. It doesn't lag. It doesn't have 8 billion bugs. This is what happens when you have a development team that actually gives a crap about their game. And when was the last time? Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Overclock. I think Overclock just did a video on that where he like built an entire underground subway station because you can literally just push train track through the map. You can push hypertube through the terrain. But like I said, that is going to do it for today. If you haven't already, please remember to smack the crap out of that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here and you enjoy the content and you're not already, smack the subscribe button. It's free for you, helps me out a great deal. I'm trying to get to 200 by the end of the month, and I would greatly appreciate your help. Do it. Till next time, I've been an ninja, obviously. Obviously, I tried to build a double-decker train track into the goddamn quartz cave. Bye, everybody.